confirmation of that. And with that clarification,
This is my screen.
and with that clarification,
Screen
I wish to thank the witness for her time. And wish her Godspeed.
Would you like to re-examine this, Reese?
No, there's no re-examination, thank you.
No questions, Your Honor?
No, I have a couple of it, right? How many daughters do you have? How old are they?
Speak a little louder, I think.
How many daughters do you have and how old are they?
İki kızım var, çoğun kızım 32 yaşta, küçük kızım 27 yaşta.
I have two daughters. The oldest is 32 years old and the youngest is 27.
27. Yeah, I have no further questions.
So the witness may be excused.
Reese is very,
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Ms. Reese, you have another.
At this stage, Your Honour, we are going to call Sophie Richardson, who is going to give evidence over the video link. She's on the screen as we speak, and Ms. Nagoya is going to take this witness for the prosecution. She's just making her way to the podium, where I think the laptop has to be passed as well, so that counsel can speak into the microphone.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, I can confirm
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I can't hear you. There's lots of interference somewhere. You can confirm?
I can confirm that Dr. Sophie Richardson is currently on the Zoom link. And I can also confirm that Dr. Richardson has provided a defense waiver, which I have provided to my learned friends by email.
Okay, with that, let me ask, can the witness hear me? This is Stephen Rapp, one of the judges, and I'm going to, swear you under oath. Witness?
Can you hear us, witness?
Good morning. It's a little challenging, but I will do my
Okay.
best.
Well, then I will speak quite loudly. For the record, would you state your full name?
My name is Sophie Diamond Richardson.
And do you solemnly declare that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, just as a preliminary matter, Dr. Richardson has indicated that she does not wish to be filmed. So in case any filming is going on, I just want to make that very clear. And that was the basis of her agreement to give evidence today.
At this point, I would move for the exclusion of my expert for tomorrow, because now we're moving from expert to expert testimony, and that would be Mr. Tobin.
Now, is Dr. Richardson going to offer testimony on the situation in Xinjiang in the case against the Uyghurs or only on Tibet?
Only on Tibet, Your Honor.
But she's going
Okay.
to be rendering an expert opinion dealing with matters concerning expert issues, some of which I think, I wouldn't say they would invade, but they certainly would touch and concern Mr. Tobin's testimony.
And is Mr. Tobin in the courtroom?
Well, can I make a submission? I'm not sure I understand the objection. Dr. Tobin is an expert. Dr. Richardson is an expert. It's quite often the case that experts will in fact be encouraged to talk and discuss matters before they give their evidence. It's entirely normal for one expert witness to watch another expert witness give evidence. I'm not sure I understand.
That is
what
my
the objection
experience
is.
too.
So, all of the
No,
He's right. Proceed, counsel.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honour, the materials that have been placed on the case file concerning Dr. Sophie Richardson's witness affidavit and CV appear at NFE 5. Part
I'm
3.
sorry, I'm finding it a little bit difficult to hear, so speak a bit more slowly and a bit more loudly. It isn't as wonderful a room as the one earlier was from a sound point of view.
Can you confirm?
You
that?
want to move back, won't you, Mr.
I
President?
would. All right.
Your Honour, what I'm trying to describe is the materials that have been placed on the case file, and they are at NFE 5, Part 3, Section A, pages 67 to 73. That those materials are the affidavit of Dr. Richardson and her CV. Dr. Richardson, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. I can hear Professor Rapp clearly. I can hear Professor anything else clearly.
Okay. All right. Just so long. Richardson, can I start by getting you to speak to your academic publications concerning human rights and the domestic foreign policy of the People's Republic of China?
Yes, I hold a BA from Oberlin College in Ohio, a certificate of completion from the Johns Hopkins University and Xinjiang University Center for Sino-American Studies, and a PhD in political science from the University of Virginia. My doctoral dissertation, which was about Chinese foreign policy towards Cambodia, was published by Columbia University Press. And I have published extensively as an individual for Human Rights Watch and for other organizations in major media and academic journals over the last roughly 20 years.
Yes. And you worked at Human Rights Watch on China issues during the period 2006 to 2023, is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you the director of the China director in Asia Division of Human Rights Watch between 2010 and 2023?
That is correct.
What is the scope of work that you did whilst you were in that role as China director?
Well, the position itself entailed directing the research on quite a variety of topics. That expanded, the substance of focus expanded over time. And when I first joined Human Rights Watch, we were still mostly documenting violations committed by the government inside the country. By the time I left Human Rights Watch, I would say at least a third, if not closer to half of the work was also looking at Chinese government violations outside the country. But I oversaw research, I edited all my documents, I conducted much of the external facing advocacy, interacted with everyone from human rights defenders inside the country to people who were responsible for China's human rights related policy decisions at individual governments and institutions like the UN, other NGOs, etc.
Thank you. And you are now in a consultancy capacity working on China issues, is that correct?
My main occupation at the moment is as a visiting scholar at Stanford University's Center for Democracy and Development and the Rule of Law at the Freedom and Stability Institute, but I am also advising a number of China-focused human rights NGOs.
Now, if I can turn to the Human Rights Report, which is titled Illegal Organizations, China's Crackdown on Social Groups in Tibet. And just for the record, this was in the case file at the original filings, Part 3, pages 223 to 331. Dr. Richardson, this report was published by Human Rights Watch in 2018. This was under your directorship, was it, when it was published?
That is correct.
And how long did the process of research and information gathering take to produce this report?
It's never a perfectly contained time frame. It was never particularly discrete time frame on speculative projects, just because doing good research on that region is difficult. I would say that project took somewhere between 2 and 3 years to complete. We've been gathering evidence of growing restrictions on certain basic human rights, and then looked quite specifically at the notice that was published by the Tibet Autonomous Region Public Security Bureau in February of that year.
What was the methodology used for gathering information and getting information that is contained within that report?
The standard, certainly for Tibet and relative and fairly consistent with China work at Human Rights Watch. I should also specify that clearly I'm speaking here in my personal capacity, not on behalf of the organization. In that researchers would keep running files of information about certain kinds of policy developments that had human rights implications. And when we felt we had gathered enough information about a particular development or a particular kind of use, we would then assess that in its totality and relative to Chinese and international law to determine whether we had a useful contribution to make about a particular set of developments or activities or new kind of violation. With that material and assemble it into a draft, always in fairly close consultation with our colleagues who worked on, who provided both the substantive consistency of continuity across the organization and how we were interpreting certain kinds of conduct, but also our colleagues who focused quite specifically on interpreting international human rights law. And often those were iterative, collaborative conversations over time. And report-length documents that Human Rights Watch go through multiple levels of review. All documents go through multiple levels of review. Reports were particularly subjected to 3 or 4 different layers of review with those different parts of the organization to ensure essentially the strength of the argument, the analytical clarity of the material, and a proper reflection of international justice and rights law.
Now, were there any limitations or challenges in relation to the collation of information? And if so, what were those limitations and challenges?
There are multiple ones with respect to doing work on Tibet, not least it can be to access both the individuals who've been harmed and the government officials who are responsible either for protecting them or who one saw as responsible for perpetrating harms. On paper, the Chinese government has a sort of functional equivalent of freedom of information requests and government initiatives, but it's very difficult to get information that the state doesn't want to share, especially from outside the country. This was a period in which it was getting more difficult even to access things like the government's databases, court verdicts. Part of the reason that work tended to be a bit slower moving than other projects related to China was simply physical access, barriers to physical access to the region, meaning that it was hard for people inside the region to speak to people outside the region of the country. And it was hard for researchers from other parts of the country or outside the country to get into the region to speak to people. And there were very serious security concerns about interviewing individuals. And part of the reason why we often took additional measures, it took extra time to make sure that we could scrutinize all of the available material and try to cross-check to see if there were alternative explanations for what we thought was going on.
Thank you. Now, as part of the research and information gathering used in the report, were interviews conducted with local government officials or government officials at other levels?
I would have to double check, but our standard practice was to try to approach government officials and typically they simply didn't respond. And this was even more difficult in Tibet-related projects than in most China-related projects. In this case, I think we were not able to approach local officials. I'm fairly confident that I'd have to double check.
Were interviews conducted with local villages?
You'll forgive me for not elaborating a great deal given the security implications for people in the region for talking to an organization like Human Rights Watch. We found ways of trying to ensure that our understanding of certain events and what had happened to certain individuals was as reported in the materials that we were relying on. But we had to take enormous security precautions so it's not to be like this.
Now, the topic of the Human Rights Watch report, Illegal Organisations, is about the banning of social groups and associations, including via notices or guidelines that were issued by the authorities. I just want to talk about two notices firstly. There's a 2014 notice that was issued in Chamdo within the Tibet Autonomous Region. And Your Honour, for the record, this appears in pages 301 to 304. And Dr. Richardson, there's also a 2015 notice in Malho, Qinghai Province. That's an area within the Tibet Autonomous Prefecture. And that notice appears in the case file, pages 305 to 308. Dr. Richardson, these notices?
I'm so sorry. Please.
Yes, so I've just referred you to two notices that appear in the report. That's the 2014 Chamdo notice and the 2015 Malho notice. And the question is, do you know what level of authority in China issued these notices?
Sure. Chamdo is a prefecture level city in the Tibet Autonomous Region. And Malo is a Tibetan autonomous prefecture in Qinghai Province. And given the nationalities of different people involved in this conversation today, I'm sort of loath to try to come up with a functional equivalent. But these are probably what we would all think of as relatively local level government bodies.
Do you know whether the national government in Beijing overlooks or has a role in the instruction of authorities at the local level to issue such notices?
Yes, I mean, this is a highly structured hierarchical government. And it would be extremely common for a local level government to issue directives that were not in conformity with what the next highest level of government had set out as policy. And it was a very clear hierarchy throughout the Chinese government, particularly, I think, given the very close relationship that the TAR government has with other provincial level governments that have Tibetan communities and Tibetan autonomous prefectures and areas. I think these decisions would have been consistent with what the national level government has done.
Right, and would it be true to say that the authorities that provide the instructions for these types of notices to be issued are dictated by the Chinese Communist Party?
Again, sorry, I missed the critical first 15 seconds of the question.
The question is, does the Chinese Communist Party play a role in the instruction to issue these notices?
Yes, in the sense that the party and the state are deeply commingled and intertwined. This is not a government that adopts decisions or policies that are antithetical to what the party wants. So even if there weren't necessarily an immediate connection in these particular local level regulations, they're entirely consistent with the party's thinking about these issues.
Now, this human rights report also contains information about a police notice that was issued on the 7th of February 2018, which is titled Notice of the Tibet Autonomous Region Public Security Department on reporting leads on crimes and violations by underworld forces. And this notice is one which declares a range of traditional, religious and social activities amongst Tibetans to be deemed activities of underworld forces constituting organised crime. This notice here appears at Appendix 2 of the report. Do you know which notice I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Excuse me, could you remind us where in your
Yes.
bundle all of this appears?
Precisely what I was going to
Oh,
do.
thank you.
The original filing, section B, experts, pages 284 to 287.
And that's in NFE?
That's the original filing, so it's not a notice of further evidence.
Thank you.
Are you aware, Dr. Richardson, whether this notice still operates to this day?
I'm not aware of it having been revoked.
Do you know about what would happen to any Tibetan civilian who falls within the definitions of underworld forces as defined by the provisions of this notice?
A number of the cases that we documented involved people being detained and in things like cleaning up garbage or flood damage at religious sites, or engaging in traditional Tibetan forms of community mediation, and indeed even people being detained for characterizing or arguing in favor of Tibetan language education. And that the notice about underworld activity was generally, was in our view being used to limit community interactions and behavior that were obviously in tension with international human rights law guarantees to peaceful assembly, association, expression, and the ability to participate in cultural life.
This notice also contains provisions which set out the channels for reporting someone who is deemed to fall within the scope of underworld forces as defined by the notice. Are you aware, in the course of your research, or the research done by Human Rights Watch for this report, whether such reporting of people took place on the ground?
We did document a few of those sorts of cases. Authorities clearly moved to having both incentivize and pressure individuals to information with a view towards announcing investigations.
And are you aware of cases where people were detained, arrested, detained, and prosecuted for violations of the provisions of this notice?
Yes, those are detailed in the report.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Richardson, I want to turn to another report that was published by Human Rights Watch in 2020. This one's called China's Bilingual Education Policy in Tibet, Tibetan Medium Schooling Under Threat. And Your Honours, for the record, this appears at pages 124 to 222 of the original filing. Now, Dr. Richardson, do you recall how long the process of gathering research information and data took for the purposes of producing this report?
Mostly, if I can recall all the details, this one took closer to 5 or 6 years to produce, partly because the evidence that we had to compile to show the change or the violations of law took much longer, simply because it was not a report about, for example, people being arbitrarily detained, where you could, the conduct in question would take place within a fairly short period of time. You could easily demonstrate swiftly what was wrong with that conduct. In this case, it's much more a complex and slow-moving issue, and required us to show, or really to track the issue over time, and then be able to understand that authorities really were not providing actual bilingual education, but instead swapping out Tibetan medium education for Chinese medium education.
And this report also involved interviews with local civilians. which is set out in the reports. Were there any limitations in the way that information was able to be gathered in that respect?
Enormous ones of the kind that I've already described. Security implications of talking to people directly were very challenging. And so again, I'm not going to elaborate on that here, so not to compromise people. But again, we wanted to, you're doing this kind of work, you want to make sure that you're accurately reflecting not just what you're seeing in documents, but what people are experiencing. We felt it important to try to get some of those sorts of views and put in place fairly extensive measures to make sure that we can do that safely.
Were efforts made to try to speak with government authorities at local, provincial or national level in relation to the matters reported upon?
Not at local or provincial levels. I tried to engage a few national level officials directly who immediately dismissed the problem and insisted that all education was wholly violent.
There are a lot of state documents that are referred to in that report. Are you able to explain how some of those state documents were obtained?
Some of them were available online. Some of them we were able to access through various databases where Chinese documents would sometimes be posted. They were a little bit trickier to get at. Some of them had been provided by way of the Chinese government various UN reviews under different human rights treaties. Some of the documents that we used were, I noticed in preparation for today, some of the documents that we looked at I think are not available anymore. This is not an uncommon problem around European organizations. The one I worked for, we would put out an issue, the policy documents would be taken offline as a way of keeping people from getting at them.
Did the scope of documents and information obtained by Human Rights Watch include Chinese state media and open source information such as media?
Yeah, it did. This was again, because this was a more complex and region-wide phenomenon that was unfolding over time and at different levels of government communities, we were trying to compile as many different kinds of sources that could show, for example, where the numbers of teachers who only spoke Chinese who didn't speak Tibetan, numbers had changed significantly, or where we could see that the age level at which language education was being swapped out. There's a very complex process to try to get both reporting the state media and more independent sources and policy documents themselves across the region over a period of time. It was much more complex research and effort.
In the process of gathering information, you would have had access to or gathered information that was in the Chinese language or the Tibetan language. So was there certain methodologies used in terms of translation?
Well, we had on staff the capacity to, people who are highly educated and speak both languages fluently and could translate and cross-check these documents, from discrepancies or similarities to see if different phenomena were being reported in one area or the other. The Chinese state media tends to be fairly consistent in whichever language it's publishing.
And Dr. Richardson, you also speak Chinese as well, don't you?
I'm as well as I once did.
Now, I'm going to turn to another document. This is not a Human Rights Watch report, but it's a report made by International Campaign for Tibet, which is titled 7 Years of Xi Jinping. Sorry, it's called 10 Years of Xi Jinping's Sinification and Securitization of Tibetans. Have you read through this report?
Excuse me, could you give a citation to that, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
It's in NFE 4 of the case file as pages 1 to 54. Sorry, Dr. Richardson, have you reviewed the report? Now, the report states this. 10 years later, that is 10 years into Xi Jinping's rule, and contrary to certain expectations, Xi Jinping has worked to implement two primary goals: to securitize Tibet and to signify the Tibetan people in the Chinese nation state as part of his long-term assimilationist drive. It then goes on to say, overall, Xi has shown himself to be among the most ruthless of Chinese leaders as he has gone on to consolidate his power to the extent of virtually making himself the leader for life. Are you able to provide your comments and observations about this extract of this report?
There's a great deal here that we could discuss, but I think
if I can break it up, perhaps. So firstly, what are your comments, observations, and views about the concept of Sinicization of Tibetans that features in this report?
I was about to say that I wish any of us, myself included, had understood more clearly what Xi Jinping meant when he started talking about Sinicization. I think sometimes it can be a bit challenging to understand terminology that sounds unusual even in Chinese, let alone before it's been translated into English more often. I think is that much harder to understand. I think when it was initially introduced, it was understood in the context of Xi and the party and the Chinese government wanting to reclaim a certain prominence in the world. I don't know that many of us, I don't think I understood it at the time, the violent assimilationist agenda behind that term, and the goal to erase other cultures, languages, religions, identities present in the People's Republic. And I think that's what that term has been shown to mean. And in this particular case, the campaign of Sinicization in Tibetan areas is used as a justification for doing everything from revising religious texts and practices and institutions in conformity with what the Chinese Communist Party wants them to be. It means cultivating individuals who may be of a non-Han, non-Chinese ethnicity to set aside identity, parts of their identity to perform or actively employed in ways that the authorities want. It's a much more pervasive and I think chilling concept than I at least originally understood it when it was first introduced years ago.
You've spoken about the violent assimilationist agenda. Can you give some examples about the violent nature of the agenda or measures taken?
Sure, when you think about, for example, in Tibetan statements for nomads or monastics, monks and nuns who are detained arbitrarily for acting on their identity, they're worshiping, they want to study in Tibetan, they're trying to travel to religious gatherings, who are detained, beaten, tortured, in some cases disappeared, in some cases die in detention for want of adequate medical care, simply because they conducted themselves in ways that are in tension with what the authorities want, even if the conduct in question totally guaranteed under not only international human rights law, but Chinese law. And let's recall that we are here talking about what is supposed to be the Tibet autonomous region, not a lot of autonomy.
Thank you. Now, in relation to the other side of the report, which is about securitization of Tibet, can you provide any comments, observations, or opinions about this concept of securitization that features in the report?
Yeah, I think the idea is probably generally, or when people see that term, they think that it with respect to either national security or to policing and local security. I think it has a far more expansive and again chilling meaning when it's used by the Chinese government in these circumstances. It really, securitization means eliminating any sort of challenge to the government's and the party's authority. And that can be something as minor as, you know, a single monk handing out flyers on a street corner calling for the Dalai Lama's return. You know, a wholly peaceful individual act of, you know, of free speech and religious freedom. That is something that the Communist Party would consider to be a lack of security. And so securitization means literally snuffing out all of these different behaviors that it sees as problematic.
Does securitization have any implications in terms of border control?
Absolutely. It's very difficult, considered problematic to live or as important for people to be able to return. We actually, while I was still at the Rights Watch, did a project looking at a monastery that was right near the border with Nepal, having sent aid to its sister monastery in Nepal following the earthquake. And even though sending that money was not illegal or having a relationship was not illegal under Chinese law, that community suffered terribly with arrests and very harsh sentences. I think memory serves was 15, 17, 18, and 19 years for people in that monastery simply for having engaged in that kind of relationship.
And does the concept of securitization have a bearing in relation to the flow of communication or flow of news, both from the outside world into Tibet and from Tibet to the outside world?
Yes, I think every organization I know that works on Tibetan human rights has documented cases of people being detained and prosecuted, sometimes on national security grounds, simply for having communicated with people outside the country. Many people inside Tibet, certain areas having communicated with people outside the country or having received communications from people outside the country.
Are you aware of any particular laws that prohibit the flow of communication using any particular form or platform for communication?
Sorry, there's a ripple there, so if I don't answer your question adequately, maybe you can repeat it.
Yes.
Article 35 of the Chinese Constitution guarantees the right to free speech. Multiple different laws addressing national security, many of them in tension with an unreconciled with Chinese obligations, the Chinese government's obligations under international human rights law, set out very vague grounds on which the authorities can limit or scrutinize communications if they believe them to be a threat. But between my earlier remarks about securitization.
Why is it that Tibetan identity or religion is often conflated with extremism, terrorism, or national security issues?
I think it's simply because the Chinese leadership sees Tibetans as having loyalty to a faith and a community, and for some people, the leadership of His Holiness the Dalai Lama as being a threat. The very fact that they are not loyal or seen as not loyal to Xi Jinping, the Chinese Communist Party, is considered problematic, even for people who haven't necessarily acted on those identities, being acted on their Tibetan identities in ways that indicate a difference or a lack of faith or loyalty to Beijing.
Dr. Richardson, were you involved whilst you were working at Human Rights Watch in a project which published or which resulted in the publication of an online resource called Tibet, a glossary of repression?
Yes, I was.
what was your role in that project?
It was a product of a long conversation I had had with my colleagues who worked on that. And part of the issue we found in advocating better respect for human rights policies in the region had to do with the difficulty people had in understanding the terminology that was used in state media or by the government in describing both threats and also its responses. As I mentioned earlier, the term Sinicization sounds, it's very hard for I think, Chinese government brains to understand what exactly that means. And so that project was really designed to try to explain what these terms about nets in the sky and traps on the ground or floating populations actually were in open writing.
And as part of the project that you worked on for this glossary, did you review and scrutinize a number of Xi Jinping's speeches?
Yes, we drew on a number of different speeches, other kinds of party or state documents.
Of terms or phraseology used by Xi Jinping regularly in his speeches. One is, and this, Your Honours, is from a defence document that was filed. It's a Xinhua state media article of the 24th of July 2021, which is called Xi Inspects Tibet, Stressing Lasting Stability, High Quality Development. Now, Dr. Richardson, in this particular speech, the word lasting stability is used multiple times. What does that term mean?
Excuse me, could I just interrupt for a moment? Just a question, is this a term that appears in Dr. Richardson's glossary?
Yes, it does.
All right, maybe you, since we have that, perhaps you can tell us where that is.
The difficulty with the glossary, Your Honours, is that it's an online document, and I have printed a version which I fitted onto the page. On my page, it appears at page 6 of 17, but I think the document, if it's printed larger, has different numbers. So if you do a find search on long-term stability, it'll show up.
Thank you. Can I ask you just to send me a copy of the document? I think you have my email address.
Yes, I will send that document.
Thank you very
to the
much.
judges. I had sent it to my learned friend by way of disclosure. It has not been filed formally. Dr. Richardson, the term I think the term was lasting stability, but I think he has other speeches where he uses long-term stability as well. And just for the record, this is another document that was filed by the defence. This document's called Xi's Speech at the 6th Central Tibet Work Symposium on the 24th to 25th of August 2015, from pages 1 to 6. So the question, Dr. Richardson, is what does long-term stability and lasting stability mean in these types of speeches?
He means the elimination of what he sees as threats to him, to the party, and to the government in that order. And in this case, as we saw the term being used towards Tibetans or in areas with respect to policy, it really was about eliminating any sort of criticism or objection to Chinese government policies and practices, no matter how big or how small. It's a line of thinking that comes out of what was earlier referred to as the Wayland Project, meaning the stability maintenance project. The national idea that was about eliminating dissent or possible causes of disruption with a view towards producing national security.
Thank you. Some other terms that appear in some state documents and speeches include social management or social rectification. What do these words mean?
It's a similar idea that communities and populations need to be managed in ways so that both the sources of dissent can be detected and dealt with before they become what authorities view as problematic. And so social management could mean everything from closer monitoring of communities or trying to spot certain kinds of issues that people were unhappy about before there was as much discussion or an attempt to organize around them. And, in an environment in which democratic and human rights are protected, that might be sort of normal, be part of debating public policy responses, but in a context in which people were so readily prosecuted for questioning, let alone challenging state policy, social management certainly carried with it a tone of surveillance and control, not responsiveness.
Now, in another speech, and this one is Xi Jinping's speech at the National Conference on the Commendation of National Unity and Progress, which was an event that took place on the 27th of September 2019. One term that he uses is service and management system for a floating population of ethnic minorities. This phraseology refers to?
In China, people's access to public benefits is tied almost always to their place of birth. There's a national household registration system, so that if, for example, I could use as an example, if you are, if you're born in Nanjing, you have a Nanjing Hukao, and that means that that's where you are expected to seek medical care, public education. But it's also a way for the state to keep track of people in surveillance terms. The floating population typically refers to people who are in an area other than one where they're registered. And it's meant to suggest that those people will need access to services or will need to be monitored away from the place where they're originally from. And sorry, it's a complicated concept and it will hard to summarize. But floating populations in some cases in Tibetan areas referred to, for example, monks and nuns who are moving back and forth between religious communities. And these populations tended to be viewed with a little bit of additional concern because they weren't fixed in the location where they were supposed to be, and therefore they required extra scrutiny.
Do the floating population of ethnic minorities also refer to nomadic groups?
Sometimes, yes.
Dr. Richardson, you mentioned the state keeping track of people in terms of surveillance. What are the methods of surveillance that you are aware of that takes place today?
Well, it really ranges everywhere from very rudimentary surveillance of, for example, a local level official in a small community, literally physically keeping track of where people are living, who's gone away, who's come back, who's moved into the area, all the way through to much more sophisticated techniques for tracking people's identity in terms of chipped national ID cards that are often required to access public services or to travel. That's another way of keeping track of where people are. Well, the Human Rights Watch, we also did a fair amount of work documenting the Chinese government's use of surveillance technology, including the apps that people were required to install on mobile phones. We saw this during COVID. This is the health code app as means of tracking people's whereabouts, and in some cases, with community reading or other kinds of activities that they were engaging in. It's very powerful surveillance state.
Is WeChat an application for communication that is monitored by the Chinese government?
Yes.
Does surveillance include things like facial recognition and DNA samples?
Yes.
And how are those samples obtained?
Well, the Chinese government has for probably close to a decade now been working on building national databases of DNA. In Tibetan areas, this was done through a couple of different kinds of initiatives, some of them driven by the Public Security Bureau, and often under the guise of, for example, gathering samples to be able to match children with parents if they had somehow been separated, or to identify human remains after disasters. In other parts of the country, we were able to show, particularly in the Uyghur region, that DNA samples had been gathered under the guise of a public health program. It was called Physicals for All, and people were not able to opt out. We saw not exactly the same kinds of programs in Tibetan areas. Others have work on this more recently, but efforts to gather DNA samples from children at schools, again, with these justifications about public safety and public health, a little bit different to what was in the Uyghur region, but there was no ability of people to opt out from these kinds of programs, legal principles, to large-scale data gathering without those protections in place, and how people can opt out.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. That concludes the examination sheet.
Thank you very much. Defense?
Coming through.
You need to be plugged in.
Sorry?
Are you okay from being plugged in?
No, I'm okay.
Just getting situated, Dr. Richardson. We're in sort of tight quarters here. Dr. Richardson, can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for patiently or not waiting for us to be ready for you today. Earlier you were asked some questions concerning your qualifications. And clearly you've had a significant amount of academic experience in your build up to where you are today. I note that in your, I don't have room for that. I note that, there you go, that your dissertation describes 3 decades of academic policy and activist work. I can see from your CV what your some of, or most, I think, of what your academic work has been and your policy work. Could you shine a light, please, on what your activist activities have been during that 3 decades of engagement on these issues?
Well, I think I point mostly to the time that I spent at Human Rights Watch, which is an activist organization. The goal is to go out in the world and make change.
And as an activist at Human Rights Watch, what was your goal there?
Well, to try to ensure better respect for human rights.
All right. Is it your position that I'm sorry, you look as though you don't understand something I'm saying.
I'm so sorry. I'm not changing anything I said. Just as I finished saying that, suddenly a bubble on your screen with a thumbs up popped up.
Oh.
It was for for you, Dan.
I'll take credit for that, thank you.
The defense loves human rights.
There it is again.
Not too quickly. Okay.
It does concern me a bit that somebody else is on this.
That's
Just your
precisely my
client.
question.
All right.
I'm glad somebody approves, but where is that coming from?
As long as neither of us turn into a cat during the course of this.
No, I'd actually like to know how that's happening. Can somebody answer that question, please?
Sometimes in this app, if there's a gesture that looks like a thumbs up, it causes Zoom to create a thumbs up. And if there's a gesture that looks like a heart, it causes it to create a heart.
Dan, can you
It
do a
happens
heart?
to me all the time. Even before
You're such
I started
a
crossing.
emotive guy.
All right.
This whole conversation was a slightly different turn, but please keep going.
Well, the question that apparently got a thumbs up was, could you describe what the goals of that activist activity was that you were engaged in at Human Rights Watch? And you said, I guess your answer was to try to assure that human rights are protected in various places around the world. Is that accurate?
Correct.
As an overarching general goal,
Correct.
certainly one that probably you don't run into much resistance on in general in some cultures. And let's speak about China in particular, about ensuring what human rights are in various cultures. There's sometimes a culture clash in your understanding of what human rights are and what a culture that you're looking at might understand as human rights?
So our work was not about culture, it was about law, the legal obligations. We talked about culture in the sense that, for example, Tibetan culture is under threat, but Human Rights Watch's work takes as its standards, as its metrics, government's obligations under domestic and international human rights law.
So if a country such as China, to choose one at random, describes its goals and methods as trying to improve the experience of all of its citizens in its country, to protect them and to grow together as a country, is that overarching goal, such as yours, that you had at Human Rights Watch, is that overarching goal an illegal, inappropriate goal?
But it's a goal, but it's not necessarily a reflection of the Chinese government's obligations under international human rights law.
And if that goal is described in the speeches and pronouncements of the government, those speeches and pronouncements are, if they are consistent with international law, you wouldn't have any problem with that. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, but when you can see what the real world implications of that rhetoric is and what policies they actually underpin, then there's a problem. But perhaps I'm overreading your question.
I completely understand that answer, and what I think what you're saying is that where the rubber meets the road is where you're looking, not necessarily at what the pronouncements and speeches are of the leaders of the country. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I think the two are quite intimately, or maybe not always intimately, but they're certainly connected. I think the words that leaders say endorse, underscore, explain certain policies. It's that you have to know what those words are actually linked to in terms of policies and their applications. And I've seen the conversation about Sinicization, that word in and of itself to many people might be meaningless, but in practice, it's used as a support for justification for widespread and systematic human rights violations.
So a statement such as America is for Americans might cause you to have some concern in the way that it ends up getting expressed by some states, some local political actors, some counties, some towns. That kind of phrase could give rise to behaviors that you and we and many people might find objectionable. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it would be situation specific, but I agree with the broad principle you're saying.
And so China for Chinese might also be a term that could be expressed at a local level in ways that many of us, and certainly you, would find objectionable. Could be.
I suppose.
All right. So the notion of sinicization is that word. I don't know the Chinese word. You do.
Sorry, you dropped out for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Sinicization is the term that has been used to describe what the government of China has been calling for. That's obviously not a Chinese word. Is there a Chinese word for that term?
Yes, there is.
And is the actual literal translation of that sinicization?
Yes, it is to make Chinese, essentially.
Understood. Sort of like America for Americans, right? If we were to say Americanization, it might have a very similar sound as the term in Chinese. Do you agree with that?
I'm trying to imagine how you would say that in Chinese, and if it would have the same implication.
Well,
but keep going.
Yeah. So, but it's apparent to me, at least, and I wonder if it's apparent to you, that the way that term has been interpreted in the human rights reports and the reports that you've been relying on for your research and have been overseeing, that term takes on a sinister tone in the way that you have observed it being expressed at a very local level, especially within the Tibetan community. Is that accurate?
Trying to figure the best way to answer that. Look, you could take the term sinicization out of all of the documents and you would still be left with a slew of other policy documents and laws and regulations that are violative of human rights, both on paper and in practice.
So, when I say it takes on a sinister tone, I'm using that word in particular in reference to a glossary that you prepare. This glossary is something that you prepared. Is that correct? Or participated?
Of researchers and through the normal
I understand.
vetting process.
I understand. So, but you had a hand in putting it together. There was a question about the term long-term stability, and that's a term that is referred to in many occasions by Xi Jinping in his speeches. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
He calls for long-term stability. He asks for that, and he asks the entire enormous organization below him to do what needs to be done to achieve long-term stability. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That call for long-term stability, in your mind, does that have sinister implications? Simply the call for long-term stability?
Well, again, I would refer you back to my remark earlier about the stability maintenance agenda as deployed in the first years in which he was in power. I think also one can't contemplate the term long-term stability without understanding what that has meant in practice for not insignificant numbers of people for whom life has been a lot less stable because of the way that term, or what that term actually means in practice.
Let me ask you this question. Did the answer that you gave me to the question of does a government calling for long-term stability, does that have any sinister applications? You gave me an answer, and I wonder whether that answer is an answer of an expert or an activist. Can you make a separation between those two roles?
I don't really see any tension between.
Let's take a look at your definition. I understand. Let's take a look at your definition of long-term stability in your glossary, in which you initially say that I'm reading from page 8 of 21 in but you're right. Depending on how big it is, pagination may change. Describes the ultimate objective of stability, maintenance, and social management policies. That's an accurate explanation of that term. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
And all the other security and control policies are supposed to lead to that outcome. Do you agree that that is an additional element of the goal of long-term stability?
Look, I think we cannot leave out of the discussion about the semantics what actually happens to people as a result of these words, right? That is a critical element of this discussion now.
Okay. When you use the term, by the way, when you use the term glossary for what you have produced here, participating in producing, is this glossary, is it like a dictionary of terms?
It's a glossary.
All right. Well, if I look at a dictionary, I don't expect necessarily to see activism or politics infused throughout. I expect when I see the definition of a word to walk away knowing exactly what that word means and really nothing more. This glossary isn't just a dictionary, is it?
I'm really not sure what.
Okay, let me ask you.
Question.
All right.
What your question is. I mean,
well,
it was an attempt to take a set of terms and explain what they actually mean in reality.
Great. You've agreed that the three sentences that I've read do determine a generic long-term stability. Your definition goes on to say, it sounds like a term that any government might use. It does sound like that, doesn't it, to you, Dr. Richardson? Long-term stability is a term that any government might use?
I'm sure various governments use it. I'm sure
and it's
politicians use it. I'm sure you and I have used it.
And the purpose of using it is to express, as you wrote, or your people wrote in this glossary, the hope for a society that's free from conflict, violence, and unrest. So when a government uses that term to express the goals of the government, as you described it, in this glossary, the goal is a term to express the hope for a society free from conflict, violence, and unrest. That's a legitimate hope of government, is it not?
Well, if it was achieved through respect for rights, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation, but that's not how things play out in reality.
Do you believe that in some significant measure, the pronouncements and expressions of the goals of a country are expressed in aspirations of the leaders of those countries?
That's such a broad question. I think it probably varies. I mean, as a political scientist, there's also significant variation in gene type.
I'm sorry, it's not a genotype?
No, I said I think there's probably significant variance according to, among other things, in the gene type.
All right, so I think we can all think of statements that leaders of countries make that are aspirational and are intended to guide their country to an outcome that they've been asked to achieve, asked you, ask what you can do for your country. That's a statement, an aspirational goal that could get played out in any number of ways that some of us may find acceptable and some others not acceptable. Do you agree with that statement?
That's so broad that, in the abstract, it's unimpeachable, but I'm not really sure what we're talking about.
I completely agree with you that it's so broad that we don't know exactly what we're talking about. I completely agree with you. And
if we're talking about JFK, I sort of understand the point you're getting at, but I'm not sure how it actually ties to Xinjiang's policies pertaining to weapons.
Well, what you've been asked to describe is the meanings of words that have been expressed by Xi Jinping in his speeches. And each time that you've done that, you said, well, he says X, Y, Z. But really what he means by that is ABC. And I'm suggesting to you, and I'll ask you if you agree with this, I'm asking you whether when he says, I care about and I'm advocating for a country that's built for all Chinese, and we called that with a more sinister sounding phrase, Sinicization. And as that gets expressed within the 2,800 geographic districts within China, sometimes it's expressed as has happened and will happen in the United States when we talk about defending our borders and America for Americans. Sometimes it gets expressed that is deeply troubling, but is not necessarily the intent of the leader of the country. Do you agree with that?
Well, let me share two observations with you.
Thank you.
One is that I can't say that I have explicitly had this conversation recently with my former colleagues at Human Rights Watch who work on the U.S., but I would be willing to bet that they would find that kind of language as it pertained to the U.S. problematic. And second, this glossary just cannot be considered as somehow separate from decades of documentation of grotesque human rights violations. And this is not just a discussion about what words Xi Jinping used as detached from what we were simultaneously also documenting happening to people in the region over decades.
I completely understand what you're saying. And the documentation of of terrible violence that has been perpetrated on some people is clear and evident. We've had testimony here from victims who have been injured in one way or another and in various degrees. The issue that we're facing here is whether Xi Jinping has called for that kind of violence and those kinds of behaviors. And I ask you, in your review of the speeches that Xi Jinping has given, and any of the instructions that he has given, have you read of an occasion on which he has called for gross violations of human rights?
Nobody does that.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions in re-examination. Dr. Richardson, can you hear me from here?
I think you should come here. She's hearing you through this.
Dr. Richardson, you've just said that nobody, including Xi Jinping, has explicitly called for Tibetan civilians to be arbitrarily arrested, detained, prosecuted, imprisoned, or have their human rights violated. Would it be truer to used in speeches and state documents are more in the nature of metaphorical or euphemistic?
Sorry, can you say that again and cut out for a second?
Just following on from the last question that was asked of you and your answer, where you said nobody, that's nobody including Xi Jinping, would explicitly call for grotesque human rights violations. Would you agree that it's truer to say that the language used in Xi Jinping's speeches and CCP documents and state documents are more in the nature of metaphorical or euphemistic type language?
Correct. What you will hear him say, for example, is to conflate Tibetans' spiritual practices as splitism or as separatism. You will hear him talk about the importance of pursuing an anti-terror agenda. Again, these are terms that they leaders use. But when you actually understand and connect that rhetoric to action, you see that it is meant to justify wide-scale and systematic human rights violations. We can't detach the language from the actions.
Thank you for that. And finally,
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
finally, what is or was the purpose of the glossary of repression that you worked on?
It was to explain what these terms that sounded somewhat unusual or impenetrable to people who did not spend a lot of time in the world of needing to parse Chinese government or Communist Party propaganda, to explain what those terms actually meant and that there were, that they implicated serious human rights violations.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honour, for Dr. Richardson.
And very brief recross, if I may.
Your Honour, this is most strange to have the recross examination.
Well, you raised an issue, I'm sorry, you raised an issue that I hadn't covered completely in mind.
I'm in Your Honour's hands.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can you proceed?
Yeah.
Very good. When you were just asked some questions about your statement that nobody does that. In fact, Hitler did that. He described exactly what he wanted to accomplish and who he wanted to accomplish it to. It happened in Rwanda, where there was a call to decimate the opposition there. It happened in Yugoslavia, when there were calls to decimate those populations by the leaders. And I do understand that you are clear that there has been no explicit call for that in China. Am I correct by that?
I can't see you, and which is making this a little awkward. I assume this is the person I was just speaking to a minute ago. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Oh, that's because I didn't introduce myself, I'm sorry. Oh, should I turn it?
Yeah.
I'm thinking over here, Steve. I'm sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
I'm very sorry. I should introduce you. My name is Daniel Arshak, by the way.
Your Honour, if I could raise an objection.
Nice to meet you.
Right, objection?
Yes, the matters that have been raised by my learned friend through this question are not actually established. It hasn't been established by evidence that Hitler did explicitly make express calls for Jews to be killed and things like that. My friend is essentially giving evidence from the bar table and asking the witness to comment. So I don't think it's a fair characterisation or fair question, Your Honour.
I think the witness couldn't hear the objection, and I understand the objection, and I'd like the witness who was prepared just to answer that question to do that. I'll have no more questions after that, Judge.
All right, look, the witness can take into account the prosecution's objection and deal with the issue accordingly.
Can we just check that she's heard?
She couldn't hear it, but I'll repeat it so that she can. The objection from the prosecution bench was that I hadn't established that extermination of Jews by any evidence in front of this court, nor that the decimation of 1/2 of the Rwandan population was actually called for by evidence in front of this court, and that therefore you shouldn't be called upon to respond. The judge has said that I should inform you of that's what the objection was, and that you can go ahead and give the answer to the question.
Thanks. Maybe I can just clarify that, especially because you're having this conversation in the context of a discussion about the Chinese government, Chinese leadership's policies in Tibet. My response was about the Chinese government, not about other governments. That, you know, if you had asked me, has any leader in human history ever said these sorts of things? The one I would be somewhat quick to respond to, having written a book about the Red Guards and the Khmer Rouge, would be to point to Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge leadership, who certainly set out fairly clearly their intent to destroy communities. But that is not rhetoric that's commonly heard amongst Chinese government officials. So perhaps we'll accept that clarification.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thanks for your testimony.
Right. Any further questions?
No questions from me. Your
No
Honor.
questions from us. Right, thank you very much. You may stand down. How many witnesses?
I'm sorry, Judge. He said you're done and you can leave.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Right, how many more witnesses do you have for today? One more.
2, if we can. But,
2 if we can.
Mr.
So I'll
King
tell you what.
is able to return in the morning, is that right?
Two.
I don't think we'll have time in the morning.
Yeah, we won't have time tomorrow.
Well,
No, we'll try as hard as possible.
We've got 2 witnesses.
Yeah, we have to.
Let's try as hard as possible to finish the 2. What I'd suggest is either we have a comfort break now, but instead of that, we go on to finish the evidence in chief of the next witness, and then have a comfort break and then come back. What do people suggest?
Sounds good.
Right, let's have the evidence in chief of the first witness.
explanation on that.
Counsel, can we swear the witness?
We can indeed.
Okay. Witness, would you state your name? Excuse me, this is,
I think,
A witness,
I think the laptop needs to go back before the judges. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you quite clearly, actually. That's very pleasant.
Okay. So, would you state your name?
Adrian Zenz.
And do you solemnly declare that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and you will be examined by Jonathan Reese, KC. So-
Waiver?
Oh, do we have a waiver from the witness?
Ken, I don't know is the answer.
Okay, the answer,
Yes.
Dr. Zenz, there was the question of waiving your right to sue the defense lawyers, and the purpose of this is to create a situation as close as possible as we would have if we had a trial or a confirmation hearing in the International Criminal Court, where the parties to the process are immune. And we've asked all of the other witnesses to defense, and we judges will take it upon ourselves to make sure that none of the questions are unfair or libelous or slanderous in any way. Under those circumstances, do you agree to your to waive your right to sue the members of the defense team that will cross-examine you?
Yes, and I did in fact sign a waiver and returned it by email last night. Quite late last night.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll find that, make sure the defense receives it, and you may proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Zenz, can you see me in the corner of your screen?
I can see you.
I'm at lectern. Can you see me?
A bottle of water quite prominent.
Right. Dr. Zenz, before we start, I'm just going to go through the documents that the hearing panel already have that you have produced in the past, okay? The panel has got your introduction to the Xinjiang papers, which you revised on the 10th of February 2022. That's in section B, part 2, page 2901. Those references are references that the hearing panel have, Dr. Zenz. Then we have your report, the Xinjiang papers, an analysis of key findings and implications for the Uyghur Tribunal, dated the 9th of March 2021. That's at page 2870, section B, part 2. The trial panel has got a copy of the China cables, so that you understand that, and a copy of your report, or your article, on the Xinjiang police files, re-education camp security and political paranoia in the ex-UAR, which is published in the Journal of the European Association for Chinese Studies, volume 3, 2022, page 263 onwards. And that's for your honours assistance, page 2950, part 2, section B. And then we have further article on the public security minister's speeches on Xi Jinping's direction of mass detentions in Xinjiang. That's 24th of May, 2022, page 2999 of section B, part 2. The panel's got a copy of the police files themselves, the translations thereof, and then 2 reports prepared by yourself in relation to state-sponsored forced labour in the ex-UAR. First report dated May 2023 at page 3006 of section B, part 2. And then the second article on labor transfer, again 2023, page 3046, part 2, section B. Dr. Zenz, before we start with the first of those matters, the Xinjiang papers, can you tell us about your academic and professional background briefly?
Yes, I have an associate degree in business and economics and master's degree in development studies, PhD in social anthropology from the University of Cambridge with fieldwork in Tibetan regions of China.
I'm
A
sorry.
total of 16 months of fieldwork.
Dr. Zenz, just pause there a moment. Defense Counsel.
If you could start over and speak a little slower. I'm keyed into his voice.
Yeah, it's my fault, Dr. Zenz. I asked you to go through your curriculum quite briefly. Mr. Guy Smith from Defence is asking if you could just slow down so he makes a note.
Sounds good.
Okay, so if you can continue then, please, Dr. Zenz.
Yes, so PhD in social anthropology from the University of Cambridge with 16 months of fieldwork in Tibetan regions in China. And after that, I served as a lecturer in research methods and supervised PhD students at the European School of Culture and Theology. And I'm now director in China Studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. I'm conducting my research in the Chinese language, primary source research. For a decade, I started to research Uyghur autonomous region in 2016.
Thank you, Dr. Zenz. So can we begin then with the Xinjiang papers? Can you describe to us what they are and where they are from?
I should very briefly mention that a lot of the evidence on the different atrocities in Xinjiang was initially derived from publicly available sources, and that some of the internal leaked documents were made available later and provided important corroboration, although not decisively so, I would argue, except maybe for specific aspects such as the role of Xi Jinping and other officials, for example, which is described much more directly in the internal files.
Yeah.
So much about the general role of internal files. The Xinjiang papers was the first set of internal files available to us, published first by the New York Times in 2019, and then analyzed by myself in 2021 at the request of the Uyghur Tribunal. These files are quite diverse. They contain different types of documents issued by different authorities at different levels. In some ways, the best known two documents of the Xinjiang papers are the speeches by Xi Jinping during his visit in Xinjiang in April 2014, marked top secret, and the three speeches held by Xi Jinping and two other officials, including Premier Li Keqiang, in May 2014 at the second Central Xinjiang Work Conference in Beijing. They also contain documents from 2017 and 18 from Xinjiang, including statements by Chen Qianguo, party secretary at the time of Xinjiang.
You have produced reports on 11 specific documents, is that right?
Yes, these were the documents provided to the Uyghur Tribunal, which were a subset of the documents provided to the New York Times. The New York Times received a few additional ones, although in conversation with the New York Times, I ascertained that these were of lesser significance and that the Uyghur Tribunal received the most important and higher level documents.
And the 11 documents that you've reported on, they contain 6 speeches by Xi Jinping and other central government figures from 2014 onwards, is that right?
So if one looks at a list of these documents, they contain 2 speeches by Xi Jinping, 2 further speeches by central government figures, several notices, and documents issued by the Central Committee of the CCP in Beijing. Not all of which are speeches, but are central office documents outlining policy or policy suggestions. One of them, for example, is also a speech by Chen Quanguo, document number 6.
In your analysis document, which begins at our page 2870, this is I'm referring to the 9th of December 2021 analysis by yourself, Dr. Zenz. You set out under a series of headings your conclusions as to the interpretation from those documents. So, for example, if you look at your page 4 of that report, our page 2873, you have the heading evidence pertaining to the intent behind the new policies. Do you have that, Dr. Zenz?
Yes, I do.
Can you help us then with what conclusions your analysis drew as to evidence of intent behind the policies that are referred to in the Xinjiang papers?
The intent behind these documents is to guide a policy reorientation, which in 2014 was a pivotal time. It was the time when dramatic new policies were being contemplated and experimented with, such with dedicated re-education facilities. Also, the beginning of a ramping up of birth control measures, which came into effect progressively, especially from 2015. We see with falling birth rates, but then especially, of course, since 2017. And my analysis basically shows, firstly, the details of how the statements of Xi Jinping underpin and can be connected with all major subsequent policy developments in Xinjiang, such as his statements on education, on boarding school, his statements on population measures, on birth control, his statements on de-extremification and the need to prosecute so-called terrorists or extremists. And in particular, it's significant to see that these works were actually studied. They were attributed later on during the pivotal phase in 2016 and 17, right before the beginning of the mass internments and the more draconian implementation of all measures. We need to understand the phase from 2017, 18, 19 as the state using the mass internments to create a state of exception, which came concurrently with a much more intensified implementation of other measures, including educational, population, forced labor, coercive poverty elimination, etc. In the very last part of this document, personal opinion on the question of genocide, I basically argue that the intent behind these policies is to weaken and control the Uyghur population to such an extent that we are seeing a definitive sort of risk. We see a systematic attack on the population and a definitive risk of genocide because of how Xi Jinping connects these policies and the Uyghur question with questions of the national security of China. That's a very important point on the intent.
Absolutely. So national security is the justification often given, but you're focusing both on the words used by Xi Jinping and the means to bring about the stated goal. Yes?
Yes, I connect the statements he makes with the policy environment at the time, but then with the policies we see then implemented under Chen Quanguo, who was then the implementer of the key phase starting in the middle of 2016. Until he was removed in late 2020.
One of the quotations from President Xi in the Xinjiang papers in a relatively early time frame is that the proposal by him that Xinjiang was to enter a painful period of interventionary treatment. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
How did that come to be interpreted by Chen Guangdou and others?
This refers to a sort of state of exception being created by, basically Xi Jinping is declaring that this is an unprecedented situation, and that this requires unprecedented measures, painful interventionary treatment, painful in the sense of having to reorganize Xinjiang Uyghur society and to implement a whole series of measures, which he outlined, Xi Jinping's speech outlines a whole series of measures. And it is clear that this essentially authorized a state of exception. And also, I make clear connections between officials who were directly involved in implementing these various rights violating policies, starting from late 2016, were required to study this, and there were frequent mentions and references to using these words of Xi Jinping to exhort Congress and even threaten Congress. And of course, we see this even more vividly in the Xinjiang police files, which I published later in 2022, where we have direct audio transcripts of speeches by Chen Quanguo, making references again to the fervency with which the officials were expected to implement the instructions of the Central Committee of the CCP with Xi Jinping at the core. The reference to Xi Jinping at the core is very frequent. And things like distributing these speeches in 2016 with a cover letter marked confidential to be studied by officials at different levels, conveyed the fact of the impact that these words were having directly on officials tasked with implementing, and basically a sort of an unprecedented measure, because the mass internment China has witnessed before. Even if we compare this to the Cultural Revolution, we compare this to re-education through Labor Institute under Mao Zedong in the 1950s and so on.
And that gravity of that campaign is entirely consistent, is it not, with Xi Jinping's remarks that Xinjiang was to suffer the execution of a crushing blow. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, and to have absolutely no mercy on those opposing and moving against the state. And this language is very drastic and draconian, and we see a repetition of very similar draconian language, some identical language even, by Chen Quanguo in his speeches to officials in 2017 and 18. And also, of course, in the Xinjiang police files, we then learn even more how Xi Jinping directed, for example, the increase of prison capacity. So this sheds even more clarity, but how in his 2014 speeches, Xi Jinping directly set the stage for the dramatically unfolding events which were being prepared. Trial 2014 to 16 was the trial and experimentation phase of 3 years. Then 17 to 19 was another 3-year phase of dramatic implementation. And then since then, we are witnessing a consolidation and continuation, with some measures being modified, changed, and others being intensified.
In the 28th of May 2014 speech by President Xi, he said that those who should be seized should be seized. What effect did that have, and how did others follow up on that exhortation by President Xi?
So this was in reference to the nascent development of so-called de-extremification, removing so-called extremism, quote-unquote extremism, from Uyghur populations. The Jinping focus at the time in the context of a campaign of imprisonment in using the prison system and the legal system. This was in the context of the development of extrajudicial re-education at the same time. Of course, then we see how many in the extrajudicial re-education camps were later then arbitrarily sentenced to prison terms in order to make it sort of more legitimate retrospectively. And we see We use a very similar language, such as seizing those who should be seized, later in 2017 and 18, by Xinjiang leadership, such as Zhu Hailun and Chen Quanguo. And we see that this was then now being implemented in a much wider sense. And so this, again, this draconian language, such as having absolutely no mercy, but also seizing all who should be seized, had a very strong impact that we see very clearly then connecting to these very dramatic statements in the context of exhorting officials to really put everybody who is untrustworthy into a re-education camp. And there's such a strong emphasis, as we see in Xinjiang police files. We see repeated concern of the authorities that not everybody has been seized who should be seized. And this led, I argue, to dramatic enforcement and perhaps even over-enforcement. Because we see that in Zhao Keji's, for example, speech in 2018, that he's expressing his awareness. He's the Minister of Public Security at the time in Beijing, saying his awareness that Xinjiang's prisons and detention facilities are overcrowded. There's detention in excess of capacity, and how Beijing is then helping out. But this comes from this mindset. So basically, Xi Jinping was fueling this mindset of what in 2022 I described as a political paranoia.
Yes.
This paranoia where they were breathing down the necks of the officials, and of course we see at least one county leader in your county punished for releasing or not fully enforcing the detention. So this is how this language, the effect that this had.
Yeah. So he initiates it with this language, and then it's enforced from the top to the bottom of the chain. People who don't act on those words are effectively disciplined and punished. Is that right?
Oh yes, very severely so, very severely, and the language is very stunning, very striking, yes, and connected, and using some of the very same phrases that Xi Jinping used in 2014.
And some more of those phrases, President Xi referred to Xinjiang's heart sickness. Is that right? And said that they needed to remove the evil.
Correct. Yes, heart medicine had a heart sickness that required heart medicine to remove the evil, and that exact language is then found in propaganda accounts about explaining the purpose of the re-education camps to affected relatives from southern Xinjiang in 2017. So they're directly connecting this to the re-education campaign.
In the April speech in 2014, he talked about people who had religious extremist thoughts being dehumanized. Is that right?
Yes, he likened religion to a virus of the mind that causes people to lose their humanity and become basically insane. An insanity, and which requires sort of a strong interventionary treatment, the heart medicine, and what we're seeing then culminating in mass purification.
He made analogies and used euphemisms like religious extremism being compared to a psychedelic drug.
Correct.
And how that would multiply like cancer cells if not eradicated.
Yeah, that's true. Under the toxic influence, he says people become reckless, some persons become reckless criminals.
And you
My
say
apologies, reckless.
Reckless criminals.
Thank you.
And as a result, he said the immunity of the masses needs to be strengthened, and then later on we find the language linked to the re-education campaign about how it was designed to strengthen the immunity, the mind resistance of those detained.
And you say at page 10 of your 9th of December report that use of terms comparing religion and culture to viruses, psychedelic drugs, poison, a sort of medicalization or pathologizing it, led to a development where illegal acts or acts of violence that are not yet being committed were used as the reason for detaining persons, is that right?
Yes, there's numerous points of evidence that the mass re-education campaign was designed as a preventive measure. And even the official white papers clearly say that those who have committed acts that are not below the threshold of crime and who are liable to commit acts that would constitute the threshold of crime, preventatively detained for education and skills training to prevent them from becoming a danger to society. It's a preventative detention.
Help us
It's
with...
consistent with this immunity, of course. This immunity mindset that it's like a virus. So it's like an inoculation, like an immunization. Re-education detention is like giving people injections against the virus.
Help us with the evidence then in relation to birth prevention and population optimization in the Xinjiang papers.
Yes. So Xi Jinping demanded the equalizing of birth control policies in southern Xinjiang for ethnic groups, which, of course, could be taken to be quite harmless. But the same language about equalizing birth prevention policies was actually used in subsequent policy documents demanding or mandating caps on population growth for Uyghur regions. The reason simply being that Uyghur population growth was significantly higher. Han Chinese population growth in Xinjiang has historically been low, also for the reason that a lot of these Han settlers brought in externally. And some of them were even there sort of against their will historically from campaigns under Mao Zedong. Xinjiang's production and construction costs suffering historically from very low population rates. And so the Uyghur population growth was not only outstripping Han Chinese population growth through financial and economic incentives. And very importantly, we find, I published a study in 2021 about ending titled in the German Central Asian Survey titled End the Dominance of the Uyghur ethnic group, about ethnic population optimization and restructuring, where academics, who are not just academics, but they're scholar officials, funded by the state, employed by the state, party members, and so on. And we often find a very strong connection between these kind of academic studies and labor policy development. How concentrated Uyghur populations and high Uyghur population growth is seen as a risk to national security, especially in sensitive border regions. Of course, southern Xinjiang is a sensitive border region, bordering, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and so on. And how some of Xi Jinping's statements about population proportion and population security being important foundations for long-term peace and stability, and we have somewhat
Dr. Zenz,
experts.
Sorry, I've been asked again if you could just slow down because notes have been taken of your evidence. So sorry, I interrupted.
Yes, my apologies.
The combination of there's some kind of, it's not a buzz, but he's hitting a certain point in the megahertz level. It's very hard to understand it.
Can you try and sort out your megahertz levels? Mr. Guy Smith.
There you go.
But yeah, if you can try and just slow down slightly, Dr. Zenz, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I think I interrupted you when you were talking about President Xi's.
I will take the last point.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. So Xi Jinping said that population proportion and population security are important foundations for long-term peace and stability. And these, a lot of these statements sound fairly innocuous to like non-experts, but if you see them in the context of the policy evolution, for example, we find the same term then in document number 7 of the Xinjiang papers, mandating an engineering and an altering of the population composition, for example, including by settling at least 300,000 Han Chinese in southern Xinjiang, meaning increasing the Han population. And then later by Liu Yilei, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Party Committee of Xinjiang's Production and Construction Force, a very a very high-level official of this very important entity, the XPCC, is a key instrument of the state in controlling the region. It's a separate entity, almost like its own provincial government. And where he uses this exact term to argue that in 2020, that the main problem in southern Xinjiang is the unbalanced population structure, arguing that the proportion of the Han population in southern Xinjiang is too low, less than 15%. And we also find this repeated in other academic assessments that talk about the so-called mono-ethnic or monolithic population structure of the Uyghurs, who make up over 90% of the 4 prefectures. And this then, invariably in multiple instances, and my 2021 paper goes into great detail on that, linked to and calls to reduce Uyghur population growth through controlling birth rates, suppressing birth rates, capping birth rates, and so on.
And that document number 7 that you were just talking about, that specifically refers, does it not, to President Xi back in 2014 saying the population structure must be optimized?
This document uses the same language that Xi Jinping used. I would have to check whether it made an explicit reference to Xi or not.
Yeah.
It may not.
No, but it refers to that quote from President Xi.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. It also, the Xinjiang papers also contain evidence relevant to forced labor trafficking.
Yes, Xi Jinping makes statements saying how the transfer, I'd have to.
If you look at page 20.
To most accurately, yes.
Look at page 20 of your report, the 9th of December 2021. You refer
Yes, there are several direct
to
quotes. Strikingly, by all 3 officials, Li Keqiang, Li Zhengsheng, and Xi Jinping, we need to know, of course, that Li Keqiang as the premier is primarily responsible for the economic development. So that it should come as no surprise that he specifically emphasizes this aspect. And Xi Jinping himself, in document number 2 from May 2014, said that ethnic groups should be put to company work because large numbers of unemployed persons provoke trouble, quote. Employment in companies is, quote, conducive to ethnic interaction, exchanges, and blending or mixing and melding, this is a term that we see a lot in terms of assimilating, but also in population mixing and population optimization, like altering the ethnic population structure. And it makes them resist religious extremist thinking and imperceptibly study Chinese culture. Li Keqiang's statements are even more striking, and he talks about the problem of 3 million urban and rural laborers in Xinjiang who need to find employment. And so we have some very clear connections then to policies, and that led to an intensification of labor transfer policies. And of course, in my 2023 report, I traced then the impact of these words and statements. So very soon after, we see these statements quoted in 5-year plans with specific requirements for officials, and then it goes on very quickly, and then under Chen Xuanguo, currently with the campaign of mass internment, how this intensifies very rapidly.
As you put it in the summary of this part of the report, that those words from President Xi, they directly undergird the implementation of significantly more coercive labor transfer mechanisms, both within Xinjiang and to other provinces, and have mandated conditions conducive to the coercive placement for VSETC graduates. That's detainees in the re-education camps, is that right?
Correct. That is the second system that Xinjiang operates.
Absolutely, placing them into factory parks and industries relating to textiles and garments, is that right?
Correct. And in August 2023, Xi Jinping reiterated the need to implement the caring assistance as the function of caring assistance by transferring regions to other provinces, which the so-called Nankai report also attributed serves as goals of demographic engineering by diluting the weaker ethnic population concentration in the south.
Thank you. The next part of this report, section 6, is in relation to predictive policing, and surveillance. And you note that in document number 2 of the Xinjiang papers, Xi Jinping calls for a form of preemptive control of the enemy, referring to Xinjiang. Is that right?
Correct. Referring to so-called extremists and those resisting the state, which is quite a sort of adaptive definition.
And that went on to be interpreted by Zheng Quango. How?
So in 2014, the party secretary at the time was Zhang Qian, and he already was implementing and experimenting with significant innovating police and surveillance mechanisms. The evolution of these mechanisms is described in great detail in my academic journal article co-authored with James Leibold in the China Quarterly published in 2020. And then when Xinjiang came on, he did everything very rapidly, very quickly, and very intense, by dramatically accelerating, especially the grassroots capacity. And one of the things that Xi Jinping really complained about was the lack of the state to penetrate the grassroots, to really survey everyone, to have a real control at the local level. And we see how this was starting in 2014 and 2016 under Chen Xuanguo in a way, and the timing that, in my view, indicates very clearly that when Chen Xuanguo was sent to Xinjiang in August 2016, he basically knew the timing, including of the March tournament. And he got everything in place so that by March 2017, all of these measures, including especially the policing and surveillance, were in place so that the campaign on March tournament could start.
And you comment at page 24, the document number 4 in the Xinjiang papers has Chen Quango stating that the VSTCs, that those re-education camps used for internment, and the integrated platform, that's the integrated joint operations platform, are, I quote, example of good methods adopted by Xinjiang to fully implement the central goal of the General Secretary Xi Jinping for Xi'an work. It's explicitly stating it there.
Yes, and this is only one of many explicit references where Chen Xuanguo links his policies or policies implemented under him back to saying that these policies, implementing these policies, is the will of the central government with Xi Jinping at the core.
You also then, in part 7 of this report, talk about education and boarding schools and refer to the fact that in the May 2014 speech, document number 2, President Xi explicitly calls for a systematic expansion of the Xinjiang's boarding school system. Using fairly direct language, Xi demands that students should learn in school, live in school, and grow up in school. How has that manifested itself?
The boarding school initiative we also find in other parts of China, although it's implemented with significantly more political imperative and intensity in ethnic regions, like especially Tibetan and Uyghur regions, much more dramatically so, and with much more dramatic effect on these traditional societies. The implementation of the boarding schools in Xinjiang initially is described in great detail in my article in the Journal of Political Risk from 2019, titled Break Their Roots. And we see initially a gradual implementation according to the 5-year plan from 2016 to 20. But then when Xinjiang came on board, he demanded implementation of goals that were initially supposed to be achieved by 2020, such as boarding school numbers, number of schools, intensification, penetration, percentages. He demanded that these needed to be implemented by the middle or end of 2017, a dramatic acceleration. We also saw concurrently a dramatic acceleration of the ability of the state to care, even for very young children. And this, we can see that this was done directly in preparation for the campaign of mass internment, which created a lot of childcare issues and created a lot of affected orphans who then were taken care of by the state, either through boarding schools or through state orphanages.
Thank you. And if you look at page 26, you refer to President Xi also calling for the systematic expansion, the scale of relocating Xinjiang's ethnic minorities to other parts of China. So he calls for setting up boarding school systems to take children away from their families and to relocate, disperse Xinjiang's ethnic minorities to other parts of China. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. Can I ask you then about the China cables? Can you tell us when these were released and what they are?
The China cables is a set of internal cables, which is one of the key ways in which documents are transmitted by the state internally. Classified documents about internal police operations, skills and education training signed by then Deputy Public Secretary General, who is also head of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, who oversees all domestic security and in particular the implementation of policing and re-education camps in Xinjiang. The document is signed November 2017. It was obtained independently by myself and given to several media outlets by a Uyghur exile, and we published the document concurrently in November 2019.
Can I ask you this? I should have asked you really about the Xinjiang papers. Have you taken steps to authenticate both the Xinjiang papers and the China cables?
Yes, very extensively. This is laid out in very, very great detail in my introduction to the Xinjiang papers published by the Uyghur Tribunal. I also took additional steps that I'm not fully, at liberty to discuss, to speak to others who looked at them before in 2019. And I corroborated them through a very close digital analysis to what the New York Times published. So checking that these are the same documents that the New York Times published, for example.
Yes.
And I analyzed them in terms of their formatting, the issue authorities, the signatures, the markings, but in particular through content analysis.
And your authentication has been peer reviewed by others, and I think we will hear something of that tomorrow. Can I ask you then, you said about the most important document in the China cables being the opinions on further strengthening and standardizing vocational skills education and training centers work. That document, it's our page 9 of section D, part 2, that sets out something of a manual as to how these re-education camps were to be operated. Is that right?
That is correct. It gave detailed instructions about security measures, educational requirements, and release criteria in the process, and also confidentiality. A lot of this was then later corroborated through detailed police instructions contained in the Xinjiang police files. Incidentally, the entire document, I think number 7 it is, from the Xinjiang papers, was found in the identical form also in the Xinjiang police files, enabling further authentication.
And
referring to your last point from before.
Yeah, and part of that manual, an important part, is very detailed instructions as to how to prevent these, it refers to students, or at least a student zone, from escaping. Is that right?
Absolutely.
So we prevent the students from escaping by installing police stations at front gates, have security guard duty rooms, high guard posts, security guard posts, control routes, internal separation, protective defences, safe passageways, video surveillance, one-button alarms, strict security check systems on all personnel, vehicles, goods entering and exiting, strictly controlling the entry of vehicles, strictly managing door locks and keys, dormitory doors, corridor doors, floor doors must be double locked, strictly managing and controlling student activities to prevent escapes during class, eating periods, toilet breaks, bath time, medical treatment, family visits, etc. It says. Very detailed control over the effective detention of those so-called students. Is that right?
That's correct, and these details were corroborated by police instructions in the Xinjiang papers published in 2022, and we also see a lot of similarities of this on construction bids that are published in 2018.
And the paragraph 25 of this document from Zu Halen, it talks about the requirement of strict secrecy. The work is strong, highly sensitive, necessary to strengthen the staff's awareness of staying secret. Serious political discipline and secrecy discipline required from all staff. Yes?
See how in the Xinjiang papers, police files of security, where they had to basically swear and affirm complete secrecy and said that they knew they would be severely punished if they ever talked about their work.
Can I ask you then about your report on the Xinjiang police files? Your report published in the Journal of the European Association for Chinese Studies, Volume 3, 2022, page 2950. Just help us, please, with
page again?
2950 of Part 2, Section B. Just help us firstly with what the Xinjiang police files are and when you came to see them.
So, the Xinjiang police files is a large set of thousands and thousands of files of very different types obtained through hacking from police computers in Xinjiang. And they contain a wide range of documents, from speeches, policy documents, transcripts of sensitive speeches by leaders, spreadsheets, police instructions on how to guard the re-education camps, image material of police operations, PowerPoints, police instructions, and training materials. A very wide range of documents, very consistent with material you would expect to be held by the police authorities. And as such, they enable a very wide range of analysis, be it from policy, from the culpability of central leadership, also mentioning Xi Jinping and the central government on several occasions, to assessing and corroborating what you mentioned from the China papers about police instructions guarding the re-education facilities like in high security prisons, including mandates to open fire on escaping detainees, with the option of doing a warning shot. A very strong wording from Xinjiang how the police should really, if there's any incident or anybody moves against the re-education camps, shoot first and then report later. You know, we want to have basically an effect and a result. You know, don't tell me you're just giving me a verbal report and you didn't catch them or kill them. And we also permit calculating internment estimates through police spreadsheets of detained persons. They contain thousands of images of persons, many of whom can be confirmed to be detained. images taken upon detention or in process of transfer from one detention facility to another, taken by the authorities, even of young persons, confirming that some persons in the camps were even as young as 15 years old, or I think she was in 14 at the time when she was detained.
Thank you.
You, at page 274, using the journal's internal reference for yourself, Dr. Zenz, and for us at page 2961, the bottom paragraph on that page, do you have that now, Dr. Zenz?
I have a PDF here that is an earlier version that contains the numbering starting at 1, but if you give me 2 or 3 words, I can do a keyword search.
So you, in that paragraph, compare the document in the Xinjiang police files from Chen Quango in 2017, in which he directs police forces to shoot dead anyone who even attempts to escape by running a few steps. And that his direction that if there is a security incident, police must shoot all terrorists dead. In the same document, he employs, again, Xi Jinping's own words from April 2014 about needing to strike a devastating or annihilating blow, and his exhortation to show absolutely no mercy.
Correct.
Thank you. I'll move on, if I may. To your report. In the first report, May 2023, coercive labour in the cotton harvest in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and Uzbekistan, but I'm obviously focusing on the ex-UAR. You described there the labour transfer programme, which continued up until and through 2022, yes?
Yes.
And you say it's predominantly designed to achieve Beijing's wider ethno-political goals in the region. Can you tell us what you meant by that, what the labour transfer programme is, how it operated, and what its purpose was?
The labour transfer system historically is quite an innocuous policy to help rural labourers who are tenants, don't have enough land to work on, to obtain factory employment. In ethnic regions, including Tibet and Uyghur region, we see how the state is enforcing this policy with considerable coercive pressure in order to pursue not just economic, but primarily political goals. And I cite, a number of documents, including internal documents, but also public documents, to demonstrate how the state is viewing rural Uyghurs, who are sort of predominantly farmers, as a national security risk, because it argues that these people are especially liable to be influenced by extremism or terrorism, and therefore need to be put into full employment. And then we see significant measures being made to ensure and enforce quotas, given quotas and targets, and very strong language also for 105-year plans to enforce that Uyghurs in fact are put to work. And with the Nankai report, an internal, very important internal report by scholar officials, some of them holding high government positions in their hometown of Tianjin, noting how these labor transfers serve also to reduce the Uyghur population and serve some of demographic engineering goals.
You said in the report that the coercive measures in relation to labour accelerated after 2016 at the same time effectively as that campaign of mass internment took place and the other oppressive policies that we have heard about to coercively assimilate, re-engineer the communities in ex-UAR.
That's correct. We can see a notable uptick and change after the 2014 speeches in the Xinjiang papers, but the most dramatic implementation came under Chen Quanguo, probably 2016, early 2017. I have to say, though, that labor transfer is actually a policy that has further intensified since Chen Quanguo left. And I have been tracing also numerical developments, both in the other article that you named, called The Conceptual Evolution of Poverty Relation to Labor Transfer, but also in a more recent article I published with the Jamestown Foundation in February this year, which examines data from spring of 2023 until January 2024, demonstrating further intensification of the labor transfer policy as a long-term strategy of the state in the region.
So that intensification starts off with President Xi. Other officials below him come and go, but it continues as President Xi continues in his position at the top of the chain.
That is very true, and you can also see that how the central government has ordered to focus now on retention, retaining people in employment nationally. How this national policy is implemented in Xinjiang with a significant effect of Uyghurs being unable to leave work, starting in 2020 and 21 with that policy.
At your page 15 of this report, our page 3020, you make reference to an internal government document from Yarkand County, in which state efforts to compel Uyghurs are recorded in the same document as Uyghurs are discussed, other persons with insufficient inner motivation. They need to be subjected to repeated thought, education, and there's a list labeling individuals, including one man as old as 77 years, as lazy, and others who, because of their laziness, were sent to another location, another area, and forced to pick cotton. Is that right?
Yes, these are very striking internal texts showing the dramatic enforcement even for elderly persons who would traditionally not be willing to engage in this sort of backbreaking work.
And there's another strand, is there not, to the element of forced labour in the ex-UAR, and that is for those persons who've been in the re-education camps, they've also subsequently been forced into coercive work. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes, this is outlined in great detail in my report, Innovating Penal Labor, published with the China Journal also in 2023. And in this I outline significant evidence from witnesses, from satellite images, from internal documents, especially from the Xinjiang police files, and from a lot of public also available documents, how starting in the spring of 2018, Uyghurs from the camps were subjected to a so-called camp to labor pipeline, where they received short vocational skills training. While in detention, were then at times released into part-time work, although some were immediately released into full-time work in securitized factory compounds, often in industrial parks that were co-located with the detention centers, sometimes immediately adjacent to the detention center. Some factories also located within the walls of a detention camp, a re-education camp, and put to forced labor, and then witness statements, witness testimony giving some very clear pointers to the highly exploitative, abusive, and coercive nature of this work.
Thank you, Dr. Zenz. Those are questions from myself. Mr. Geisler, I think, will be asking you some questions now. Actually, I think we're going to have a
No,
we're gonna
Dr.
have an
Zenz,
break, actually.
now if you don't mind, we'll take a 15-minute break and come back. Is that okay with you, Doctor?
A 15-minute break's proposed, Dr. Zenz. Is that okay? Yes,
Sure.
he's not insane.
Okay, thank you very much. We will break for 15 minutes.
Be seated.
Your coffee.
Okay, who's doing the cross-examining?
Good afternoon, Dr. Zenz.
Good afternoon. Very well.
How are you this afternoon?
Good afternoon. I'm very well, thank you. Although I've returned from holiday, some jet lag, so anyways, I'm fine.
Well, I hope you're at the beginning of the jet lag as opposed to the end of it, in terms of the day, only the day, not in terms of the entire experience. I want to start off in a place which is perhaps a little bit different than your expectation. It certainly is different than mine was. I've been attempting to get an understanding of your educational background. And I was fortunate enough the other day to receive one of what I have now found poking around to be an extensive number of CVs. In that regard, I certainly am not suggesting that the information in the CV that I received is inaccurate, but I'm worried that it might be incomplete. And that, coupled with the information that you gave to us here in court today, I say makes that concern somewhat stronger. So I'd like to go through your educational background again. As I understand it, you received your bachelor's from the Columbia International University in South Carolina.
No.
Is that correct?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
So I noticed that you're laughing and you find it amusing, and I'm sure there's a reason for that. I found that to be true. Not found that to be true. I found that to be stated on the internet, that you had graduated from Columbia International University. That is not true.
No. it's not
Okay.
true.
Did you ever teach at that particular place?
Yes, but not in the United States. I taught at the European School of Culture and Theology, which is accredited by Columbia.
I'll get there. I'll get to that point because that is actually something that I found in a couple of different places, and also something that you mentioned here today. With regard to the requirements of entering the Columbia International School, there are a series of, how should I put this? There are a series of doctrinal points that a student must agree to, which I believe are the same doctrinal points that exist at the university in Europe. And I'd like to go through those with you, and if I'm incorrect again, as I was in the first question, so be it, and then we can clear that part up.
I never was a student there.
I understand.
Yeah.
But to get to be admitted or to be a candidate for a degree, there are 7 doctrinal points, which are biblical inspiration, natural separation of humanity from God, salvation by grace through faith in Christ, the historical doctrine of the Trinity, the bodily resurrection of Christ from the dead.
You're right. Much as it is interesting hearing about Mr.
There's a
Grant's
reason.
in history.
There's a reason why.
I do object to the relevancy.
It will be shortly.
What's your response to the objection?
It is relevant because there's a direct relationship between these issues and the work that Dr. Zenz has done according to an article in which Dr. Zenz says that he was motivated by God. And in that regard, there's a specific issue with regard to the battle between communism and Christianity.
Yeah,
This
Your
won't take long,
Honor,
and I'm only.
Sorry, yes.
It won't take long, and if you would allow me to finish, this would already be over.
Your Honor.
Can we let him finish and then you can develop your objection further if you wish?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I have no objection.
Yeah.
Mr. Geisler asking Dr. Zenz about an article he's written and what he said in it. Mr. Geisler has not given any justification for asking Dr. Zenz about the criteria to be admitted as an undergraduate when of an institution that Dr. Zenz was never admitted as an undergraduate.
The point
You
being
still insist
that
on asking him about the criteria for being admitted.
these are the pre-circular points. There's an additional point if one is faculty. If you're not faculty, then you do not need to affirm premillennialism if you are but a student. But if you're
Oh, I
faculty.
tell you what, just do it very quickly.
Thank you so much. I think that I stopped with the historical doctrine of the Trinity, the bodily resurrection of Christ from the dead, the indwelling of the Holy Spirit in the believer, the evangelical mandate to witness to the gospel of Christ, and additionally, the doctrine of premillennialism is officially held by the school, but students, which you are not at that particular school, are not required to adhere to this doctrine. CIU requires all teaching faculty to affirm premillennialism. Are you familiar with those requirements from CIU with regard to Columbia University International?
There goes Dr. Zenz.
I don't know, something happened to the.
Yeah.
Just went up there.
The computer got mad at me. At Corntal, the place where, as I understand it, you are a senior advisor and professor.
Yes, I was a lecturer and I was an advisor to a PhD student. In regard to, we did have to sign a statement of faith, as is common in Christian or institutions. I know that most or many staff in Germany would not be premillennial. I myself am not premillennial, so I don't think that was a hard requirement in Contact.
Okay?
But otherwise, we did sign a statement of faith, yes.
And one final point that segues into the next part of your CV is that I believe in 2012, you were the author of a book called Worthy to Escape: Why All Believers Will Not Be Raptured Before the Tribulation. Is that correct? And that's a book you co-authored, right? And that book deals specifically, as I understand it, and I haven't been able to read all of it, but the idea of being raptured is the notion that at the ending times, when things are pretty much ending, a group of people who have will be able to ascend to heaven. Is that correct?
That's a very general, I mean, this is a very complex theological question, so, I mean, yes, a group of people will be raptured, yes.
And when they're raptured, they'll be able to enjoy the fruits of their belief through the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Pretty much.
Okay, fair enough. Now, a philosophy which is, I would say, antithetical to that would be a philosophy such as communism. Would you agree?
I mean, rapture is a very specific Christian belief that is replicated in a very general form in other religions, but is, you know, I mean, that is, your statement is very general, and I think that be construed as misleading if you're trying to link this to my research, because I'm not doing my research out of being anti-communist.
I'm sorry, could you say
Even
that
though
again?
I'm not, I think, you know, I don't know what you're trying to construe here, but I am a believing evangelical. I do believe in the rapture, but I'm not conducting my research out of being anti-communist. Or like, of course, communism has many conflict points with Christianity and has persecuted Christianity. But I'm not trying to do research on the leaders to prove that communism is anti-Christian or should be eliminated.
Well, I'll be very honest with you. The reason I'm asking the question is the CV that I received was a CV that referred me to the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, of which you are a member.
Correct.
And that is an organization that pretty clearly states that its purpose is to educate and to counteract the world of communism. And once again, I'm being a bit general here, I understand that. I'll counteract the world of communism because it is an evil philosophy. So that's why I was drawing the correlation there between the strong belief you have as a Christian, which I'm not contesting whatsoever, and the organization for which you are the, I believe, head of the China Studies, or the senior fellow and director of China Studies, which is the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation.
I'm sorry, I would go so far as to suggest that these beliefs have had an impact on the accuracy of his research.
Well, I don't know if they have or they have not.
Is that what you say?
I'm answering your question, Your Honor.
I'm saying that's not.
I don't know if they have or they have not. However, the difficulty in finding this information and the failure of the discussion with regard to this being an aspect of his education makes me uncomfortable. And I believe that it's information that should be available to you to consider for whatever purpose you wish.
Well, let me say this, speaking for myself.
There's no secret to any about this. Anybody can look on the internet. Right. Anybody can look on Amazon and find that I'm the author of 2 books, one of which is the book you described. And my academic journal publications from 2018 and before state directly my academic position at the University of Culture and Theology. There's nothing secret about any of this.
Unless you're going to make the point convincing that the accuracy of his research has been impacted upon by his religious beliefs, there's no real point in taking it.
I am making the point that the accuracy of his research may because of his religious beliefs, because there is such a traumatic distinction between these two sets of beliefs. Take that as you will. You can accept it, you can reject it. But you have it. And since the hearing that we are in,
we've taken note of it. Carry on.
thank you very much. Now, all of the public, I'm sorry, not all, many of the publications that you have produced have gone through the Jamestown Foundation, correct?
Quite a few, yes. I mean, I have published articles in various, outlets.
Understood. And are you affiliated with the Jamestown Foundation?
No, I'm not. Most authors are not affiliated.
Okay. Do you know what the tenets of the Jamestown Foundation are?
So think tank focused, a conservative leaning think tank, focused on security-related issues in Eurasia, Russia, China, focused on terrorism, military, security, etc.
And what is their position on communism, if you know?
I'm not sure that the Jamestown has an explicit ideological stance on communism, but even if it does, it would not affect some publication or authorship. The Jamestown has a very diverse set of authors who are not required to adhere to a particular ideology. The requirement is to do primary Chinese language-based research related to issues of broadly of interest to the foundation. I've never discussed ideology with them. I've never been asked about my beliefs by the Jamestown.
Okay.
Not once.
That's really quite helpful. And had I been supplied with a complete CV, because the internet at this point is such a jungle, I would not have asked those questions, because then I would have known.
I apologize, but I've not updated my resume in many years. There wasn't a reason, so. But I hope you find this information helpful.
I do find it helpful, and I thank you. Now, you indicated that your religious beliefs had nothing at all to do with the research that you've done.
Yes and no. I mean, I can say that my particular research is started out of interest in the region and the issues, and then became more acutely focused on the rights violations, but I was not the only one. The whole group of Xinjiang scholars, of which there are quite a few, all became greatly concerned about the situation and started to pay attention to it.
Okay.
I stated to the Wall Street Journal that I felt that God was using me to uncover rights violations and so serve humanity. This is a statement that has often been twisted by Chinese state propaganda.
Oh, okay.
Into kind of portraying that I feel like I'm as if I was on a mission to try to attack China or the CCP, but that's not what I do. I feel I'm being used to make a positive contribution to humanity by uncovering and publishing major human rights violations, perhaps one of the greatest of our time.
Okay.
And I aim to do so with academic rigor. But I also consider my faith to be fairly private, to be honest, and I don't drag it into sort of my scientific work.
I understand that, but I hope you can appreciate my apprehension when I came across the article in the Wall Street Journal that you just mentioned, which quotes you as saying that you essentially, and I'm using the language a little bit more strongly, you're a warrior of God. And then I didn't see this other information because I was having difficulty trying to figure out how this all put itself together. But I understand now. Because I
would commend you for questioning my motivation and the quality of my work, because that's part of a rigorous academic and legal evaluation. And in fact, there's no need to trust what I say, except for verifying it based on primary sources and the peer review by other reviewed my work or published very similar work. So, I mean, this is a very important atrocity. Very normal and accepted procedure, I think, to only believe what can be directly verified and corroborated.
Well, I thank you for that and agree. On May 3rd of this year, you testified at the United States Congress, correct?
Yeah, the CCC hearing on social audits you must refer to.
And at that hearing, you raised, as I understand it, another issue, which was the complicity of companies with the PRC, specifically concerning workers in Xinjiang. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those companies that you mentioned were, among others, Volkswagen, correct?
Yes, Volkswagen, BASF.
And that is an issue that you received some satisfaction, if I'm not mistaken, from the German press and the German government, correct?
Sorry, I don't fully understand what your statement
Which
said
is,
or implies.
you articulated a concern about Volkswagen doing business with the PRC in violation of a number of different human rights laws. And you've received some positive response concerning that matter.
I stated that Volkswagen, I did not comment generally on Volkswagen's operations in China, but specifically on Volkswagen's operations in Xinjiang. And I stated that these involved very direct ethical risks. And I did not receive, my statements found some attention in the German media and international media. Although I have not received any feedback on this from the German government.
Okay. When is the last time that you were in China?
It was in 2009.
Since that time, the information that you have received has been information that has been sent to you or that you've gotten from open sources, correct?
Yes. Yes, it's information that I received or obtained through research.
And as I understand your testimony, it is your position that the research has established self-authenticating positions with regard to Xi Jinping's intent.
The research has it as its basis significant information on statements that Xi Jinping made, some of which can be corroborated through public sources, and which align very closely with each other, but also with subsequent policy developments and statements by subordinate officials. If you want to clarify if you're referring to authentication methodology or to content or to its impact on policy, I'd be happy to go into further detail.
Sure.
If you clarify which one of those you particularly were asking about.
Methodology.
So the methodology used specifically to corroborate leaked or hacked internal documents is to compare and verify the formatting, if any, and with the documents related to Xi there was formatting and stamps and signatures. An analysis of issuing authorities, analysis of timing, so what time was the document published, what is that consistent, what is the policy context in which it was claimed to be published, what is an issuing authority, what other sort of instances of this do we have. And then the most important, I consider to be content analysis, to look at plausibility, looking at the policy environment, and subsequently also, if you look at my transcripts number 1 and 2 of the Xinjiang papers, I paid very close attention also to identical statements reported to have been issued by Xi Jinping in state media, and the very close word-for-word correspondence.
With
In fact, for example, some striking statements, I believe including even the absolutely no mercy, were in fact at least in part reported by public state media at the time, just did not find any attention.
It just did not find any attention?
Raise attention, did not raise the same attention as the New York Times received in 2019.
With regard to the issue of translation and the manner in which words or statements are used, have you engaged in an analysis of political speech as opposed to practical speech?
Well, yes, that's the essence. These statements in Chinese, the so-called Tifa. The Tifa fact is, starting from Mao Zedong, there was a strong rectification of terminology and words, basically discourse and control, in order to have political and ideological control. It's a very strong feature, because we can trace this back also to imperial times, to previous dynasties. The control over set terminology, the feature you find very early on under Mao Zedong in the history of the CCP, and to understand firstly the significance of these terms in their context and in their changing context, but also using TIFAs is one of the key ways in which to engage in policy analysis and to understand sort of the intertextuality of CCP policy document and statements and different types of documents. For example, a Jianhua, a speech, would employ some of this and have different significance. Speeches are often used at a higher level in the context of policy evolution and genesis, and you then find how this traces into like a central document that in the tone and notification filters down at the provincial level, and then often the most salient evidence of policy implementation using some of the same keywords or TIFAs you often find at the county level. That's often why initially a lot of the evidence we have is at the county level, and we have this already from publicly available documents, but what happened is that when we got some of these leaked internal documents, we could then start to more reliably generalize county level implementation, such as implementation documents to the higher level and say, yes, this was for the whole region. This is a very big topic, and in fact, I'm in the process of documenting my methodology, because I argue that there is somewhat unique intersection of policy analysis, policy tracing, but not the same as policy tracing, open source intelligence, but using ethnographic elements in the way policy analysis is conducted from multiple sources.
I see. That's most helpful. I'm sure you're familiar with the one-child policy in China,
Indeed.
That is a policy that existed well before the present administration, true?
Oh, yes, starting in the 80s.
And as a matter of fact, in the rural areas, and specifically in Xinjiang, the families there were not held necessarily to the one-child policy, were they?
That's correct. That was one of the major points of contention and cause of clashes and unrest in Xinjiang in the 80s and 90s. The resistance against policy, birth control policies, and it was implemented more leniently.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, for a state to impose a birth control policy on its citizens?
It's a very severe intrusion into a basic human right, and at the end of the day, you probably come into an ethical, philosophical question whether, like, for example, with COVID, stringent restrictions of personal freedoms for the sake of public safety, COVID, which were heavily debated.
That's correct.
But outside an immediate emergency, I and many others would suggest that the gun control policies of Xinjiang constitute a significant human rights violation.
You said COVID, which is a time of public health concern, correct?
Well, it's more than a concern, it's an emergency. So what I'm saying is that if a state has some obligation to protect the well-being of its citizens in a state of an emergency, which might justify more stringent, although temporary, measures that would be lifted once an emergency is over. I would not say that birth prevention qualifies for that.
If the state is of the opinion that overpopulation in a region where there's some 8 billion people is an emergency that needs to be addressed, do you believe it's appropriate for the state to begin to engage in draconian measures in order to protect the population?
I personally believe that the state would be justified to take health measures and to make, for example, options for family planning available. I'm not opposed to contraception if it's done voluntarily. And the state can educate people, alleviate them out of poverty, etc. It can take measures to improve health, which can include, sexual education. But I personally do not believe that China's draconian gun control policies over many years were justified. And in fact, many Chinese academics themselves, even also looking back, they have been quite critical of them and their long-term impact. In fact, the long-term impact for Chinese society may be quite negative due to overaging and very uneven population development. And that's a very big question, of course.
Are you aware of the recent Reuters article that discussed the fact that the population rates in China have dropped for the past 2 years?
Oh yes, China has seen dramatic declines, even now seeing negative population growth.
And is that negative population growth that they're seeing throughout the state? That's throughout the country, is it not?
It's not entirely even. There will be provincial variation.
I understand.
Yeah. The national average has declined below zero.
Okay. With regard to the issue of a unified language, one language for a country, is the decision of the state to determine that one language for a country is an appropriate form of bringing its citizenry together a human rights violation?
I think the state policy to say that it is one national language and promoting, appropriately enabling or promoting education in this language, while at the same time paying adequate attention to the protection and preservation of other languages and cultures practiced by other population groups, if done appropriately, can be considered appropriate.
And how, in your opinion, is that determination to be made?
It's a matter of voluntariness. It's a matter of adequate support. It's a matter of also identifying, okay, what constitutes a significant cultural group wanting protection and having its own identity. It's a matter of languages, whether they are, must be considered a living language or a language that has already faded for a long time.
If we look at the issue of language, historically, we will find that a number of languages have risen and died over the years, correct?
Certainly.
And where those languages have died, is it your position that if it's suppressing, that was a human rights violation?
There is very much a methodological and ethnographic question of the exact manner in which this took place and the attitudes of the population towards this, towards the affected populations using this language, being interested or not, or discarding it voluntarily, versus feeling suppressed or feeling punished when not speaking it.
In large measure, your analysis is based, and this is a question, not an assertion, but in large measure, your analysis is based on your belief or opinion that China, by virtue of the vast number of individuals that it has, the challenges to the resources to feed those individuals, the challenges of the climate, is not in an emergency such that severe measures are necessary. Is that correct?
China has experienced economic and food security emergencies, very, very predominantly of its own making, largely attributable to Mao Zedong's import Stalinist economic development policies, import his own eclectic, Mao Zedong was actually in many ways, when Xi Jinping uses the party and strengthens the party and the system, Mao Zedong often actually sought to undermine the party, and so it's a very interesting situation. But in any case, emergencies largely of their own making, which were then in many cases solved through the reform program of Deng Xiaoping in the 1980s.
I thank you for your time.
There's no re-examination or redirect.
I have several questions. Could you bring the TV? Dr. Zenz, this is Stephen Rapp. Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Hear me. Thank you. The counsel for the defense asked you questions about the one-child policy and limitations of births by the Chinese government, and you talked about that being a human rights violation. I'd like to raise the question of limitations of birth as a possible, act of genocide. And the question specifically relates to whether policies in this period that you've described of these sort of what do we call it, interventionist treatments, et cetera, has included greater restrictions of births in the Xinjiang region or lesser restrictions of births in the Xinjiang region than in other areas of China.
In the very early phase of enforcing the birth control policy in China in the 1980s, we had some isolated incidents of mass sterilization and dramatic measures in certain eastern Chinese provinces. These were temporary and led to birth rate declines, etc. What we see in Xinjiang, however, is not only more dramatic than the declines of birth rates in Xinjiang and the resulting decline of natural population growth rates as published by the government, are far more dramatic than what has been implemented in other parts of China. And we also see a far more dramatic, draconian and intense policy language in the documents. And we see the political rationale behind them as linked to China's national security by controlling Uyghur population growth and reducing the concentration of the Uyghur population. As such, we have an empirical fact of dramatically declining birth rates, historically unprecedented within a very short period of time, concurrent with other policies such as mass internment, etc. We have the intent behind that. And this can be connected to the article in the UN Convention from 1948 for the prevention of crime, which is the suppression of births. And if you link this to the possibility of population, the protected population in pot, not in whole, but in pot, you will find an argument made both in my conclusion of the analysis for the Uyghur Tribunal, published in December 2021, and in my article titled Anti-Dominance of the Uyghur Ethnic Group, published in the German Central Asian Survey in 2021, where I argued that this constitutes a very clear risk of genocide, pointing towards a genocidal policy. This is combined with the concern that China is no longer, after publication of my research, no longer publishes population data, breaking down population and birth rates for Uyghur regions, rendering it essentially impossible to specifically continue to trace population growth trends. And that I find very concerning in tandem with those other points I raised.
Just from the documents upon which you based your various articles and from the other work that you've done, what are the means by which the Chinese government acts to restrict births?
The Chinese government has implemented a program, especially targeting rural regions in southern Xinjiang, namely that's like 99% Uyghur population regions, to implement effective long-term birth prevention measures. And these include female sterilization in particular, male sterilization, although to a lesser extent, I think, long-term birth prevention through the insertion of non-removable IUDs, intrauterine devices that can only be removed by authorized hospitals upon government approval. And there's severe punishment for trying to remove them yourself, and it would cause severe bleeding if you did, actually. And other measures such as financial incentives can give you some money not to have children.
These particular methods, like these IUDs being placed in women, are those situations where they've already had the sort of allowed number of children and it's to prevent births, or does it have any relationship to the number of prior births?
So what we see is that there's some relationship to having had children before, but not always. For example, women who were placed in camps receive birth prevention measures and IUD insertion regardless. And I think this is not consistent in many ways. But yes, some of the, at least officially, some of the sterilization policies target especially Uyghurs who had 1 or 2 children. Although now they can have more. So, yeah.
Just you indicated that the population figures, the most recent ones, are no longer being published, and they were earlier. Were you able to review population figures from the period since 2014 up until the point that those population figures were no longer published, and draw any conclusions about whether the birth rates had fallen?
Yes, I noted a dramatic decline in birth rates and in natural population growth by something like 80% in Uyghur regions between 2015 to 18. I noticed some Uyghur regions published natural population growth rates that were very close to zero, at 0.5. Some contained projections or targets that were at or below zero. And I was also very concerned by the fact that the 2020 census revises downward the number of the entire Uyghur population. And even though it's not uncommon for a census, which is taken every 10 years, to revise the population numbers, for the Uyghur region, the change was quite significant, and also even more concerning given the police state environment where every person, every birth had to be registered. There was such incredible government control. So revising down those numbers really raised a lot of questions for me combined with the lack of transparency.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
And just one second.
No.
No, I have no questions either. So you may be excused. Thank you very much for taking the trouble to come here and talk to us and inform us and educate us. So thank you very much.
Good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Right.
So we have one further witness
Right, let's go.
then to call, which is Mr. Abdurrahim Geni.
It's 6 o'clock.
Your Honours, I've heard a whisper of the time.
It's 6 o'clock almost.
How long will it take you?
I understood that the court wanted to deal with as much evidence today as possible.
Yeah.
And Mr. Geni can return tomorrow morning if that is more.
How long do you think you will be in the examination in chief?
I will try and do it in half an hour.
All right, I can just go ahead. And we'll see, because if the witness comes back tomorrow morning, we'll find that the opposition will have more energy too. But carry on.
Oh, that's not fair.
Of course it isn't. Carry on, please.
So Mr. Geni is going to be assisted by an interpreter.
Okay. First, for the interpreter, would you state your name? And from what language will you be? You'll be interpreting from English to and from what language? Okay. And would you raise your right hand and do you solemnly declare that the interpretation that you're about to do between the English language and the Uyghur language will be done to the best of your knowledge and ability?
Yes, I do.
And then let's turn to the witness and ask him to state his name.
My name is Abdullah.
And would you solemnly declare that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'd like both of you to speak a bit more loudly, please, the interpreter and the witness.
Judge Rapp, earlier today, you asked this gentleman to remove his poster from the courtroom, and it's now displayed once again.
I think he intends it to be an exhibit which you'll lay foundation for.
I don't think that's the case.
Well, in fact, I think Judge Rapp is right. Obviously, there are words on there, but it's the image that we will be referring to at some point.
Okay.
But you ask if he could leave the image, or he can show us the image once you've asked him about the poster. Okay, so no longer display the poster until that time.
Would you like to move the table a bit more forward if it's quiet or not?
As long as you can speak loudly, you can stay over there.
I can try my best.
Okay.
I should ask you, you like
Yes,
that
but
poster?
please interpret to the
You do
witness.
like
The statement of the court's assistance is at page 568 of Part 2, Section 8. Mr. Geni, you are a qualified teacher, is that right?
Yes.
You were born in East Turkestan, and you are a Uyghur. And in the middle of the 2000s, you were forced to leave your job as a teacher.
Yes.
And you left the ex-UAR to move seeking political asylum here in the Netherlands.
And siz Xinjiang'ın ayrılıp Hollanda'ya siyasi parti olurken Yes.
And you still remain as a resident, in fact, a Dutch citizen here in Holland, is that right?
Şurada olan bir tatsız hem Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you about your family that remained in the ex-UAR. And of your family. That's the image that's there on that bib that has been designed that you're wearing this morning. Is that right? Can you hold it up just so the judges can see the image? And we can see there, family group. You're standing in front of a building. What building is that?
This is our house in Stupan, Aksu County Prefecture in East Turkestan, Xinjiang region. And I took this photo right before I left the country.
What happened to that house?
Bu öyle içkimin burada oturmak istersek bizler çakarak mecbur çakarak. Bu bizim şahsi yönümüzde.
This was our family home, and it was forcibly demolished in August 2016
Who by?
by the Chinese government.
A number of members of your family were imprisoned while you were living in the Netherlands, is that right?
Yes, and since 2017 May, I lost connection with my family, but before that I had connections.
Can I ask you to point out in that image who on the image was imprisoned?
Biz zamanları bilmeme bununki dadam, abam, akam, inem, yuvarlanıp ayağında balları opsiyonda sıntısan öydeki hemşire Resulullah vaktinde çıkmanın peşindesi umduğunu yönetiyordu.
I'm not sure who was imprisoned, but the ones I'm aware of is my father, my two older brother, their wives, their children, and there is the date of the photo, which is 2005, November 4th.
You learned that members of your family you just referred to had been detained in 2017, is that right?
Yakında kadar çıkımın oy getirilse Perşembe günü başta şöyle çıkanlar falan kullanıldı. Oradaki elinden okuşmalar bulundular. Erkan münasebetler olan kılıç bulundu. Burada çıkanlar uçuralandı.
I lost contact with my family in May 2017, and I tried all the methods to get some communication with them and information about them, but I was not able to.
When was the last time in 2017 that you spoke to your brother?
Oy getirilse Perşembe günü çünkü en hakikaten adamlar.
Counsel, the witness doesn't have to continue to display the sign.
No.
Or stand, if you want.
No, absolutely, sorry. Mr. Getty, you can sit down now if you wish. Sorry, so you were saying about your brother.
On 2017, May 23rd, I had my last contact with my father.
Yes, but you heard a message at least from your brother after that, did you not?
No.
I'm just reminding the witness in relation to the brother, not the father. So, but I'm asking about the last time you spoke to or had a message from your brother in 2017.
In 2017, I tried to get in contact with my family and I tried to call my dad and my brothers, but no one picked up. But my older brother, had left me a message that day.
And what was that message?
His last message, the message that he left was, do not contact us. He said, do not contact us, do not call us, do not message us. And then afterwards he deleted them.
Was there an explanation as to why he was asking you not to contact them?
He was not able to provide any explanation. The only thing he said was, do not call us, do not contact us. That was the only thing.
Between 2017 and the start of this year, had you had any contact with your father?
That's one conclusion.
No, no contact. I tried to call them, but no one picked up.
Have you since had any news about your father?
No, I was not able to get any information. So since 2018, June 23rd, I began demonstrating and protesting the disappearance of my family.
So, have you heard any news of your father during this year?
Sending an email about birth rates and efforts to reduce the birth rates. Sending it to I just don't think
Yes, on 2020, August 14, I protested in front of the Chinese embassy. I went inside and requested them for information on my family members.
g'oyib ketgan, ularga 19 oila a'zolarini o'zlari shaklida ularga xat yozdi.
Before that, I also protested and demonstrated in front of the Dutch Parliament in the Netherlands. And I met with members of the Parliament. And I also requested from the King of the Netherlands, the Prime Minister, and the Foreign Minister, for them, asking for them to get involved with the disciplines of 19 members.
But can I just go back to the question? Have you had any news of your father more recently in this year?
Mushircimizi 2024 4. 21. günde tuyuksuz bana telefon geldi. Telefon gelip en çok akram değiş telefon tuttu. Telefon numara çıkmadı. Fotoğrafı anda ağırlıkla telefon promote paramlaştı.
Yes, on 2024 this year, April 21st, I suddenly received a call from my older brother of the family. The call had no caller ID. We spoke for a minute. I asked for his phone number because it was because the cost of international line would be more expensive for him. So I asked him for his phone number so I could call him back. He was not able to tell me his phone number. He said the call was free and someone from the neighborhood had helped him to make this call so he can meet. After the call, I was asked to download the Telegram application to do FaceTime with him.
Right, so just pause there. Okay, we'll come back to your father and we'll turn on to your brother and we'll deal with that and then we'll go back to the question about your father. You were asked to download the Telegram application.
I had the Telegram app on my phone, and then I received an unknown call. I picked up, and it was a video call. It was my brother.
So just pause there. Your brother was calling you through the Telegram application. Yes?
Yes.
Is the Telegram application something that is available ordinarily in the XUAR?
Şarkı Türkistan'da ve Telegram olsun ve WhatsApp olsun bütün çekenlerle hakkında application yapmam hemimiz çeksenler oluyor.
No, Telegram, whether it's Telegram or WhatsApp, all the foreign communication applications are all forbidden and banned in Xinjiang.
Okay.
Eastern.
So what did you think of your brother contacting you on the Telegram application? What did that make you think?
He kept calling me through Telegram, so I picked up. It was my brother. I saw his wife, his daughter, and my father.
Yep. Let me just go back to the question. When he called you on Telegram, knowing that the use of Telegram was prohibited, what did that make you think?
Ben sorarken akıllarında bulunmadan kalsam başımda önünde başına geçiyor. Ben şu ilk kılışımı seviyorum. Akıllı kurtulmasın kim vururlar dedim ben mi? Kim vururlar dedim. Kim vururlar desem bir şey dedim. Ne halde dedim ben. Ben inanın küreşten bizler vururlar sonra.
So I kept receiving a call from a number that began with 001. So I picked up because it was not the country code of China. When I picked up, I was surprised because I asked him, "How are you calling me?" He said, "Someone from the neighborhood came and asked me to contact you."
Did you notice anything about your brother's face in the video image?
Hakamların yüzünde bir şey köpüştü değil mi? Resim vardı telefonunda. Yüzü küçük geldi ama hakamın mesela yüzünün bu da sen cezalandırdım. Küçük diye telefonunu takmışlardı buna desem hakamın hemen şıklık getirdi. Şıklık şu yolunu üstü vardı. Başını kökle dedi. Hemen yaşar. Burada üstü varmasa bir de küçük işlerden buldu. Sadece buldu. Yani kanayı da bizim teşekkür ederiz.
Solving this problem.
My brother, underneath his eye, it was bruised, and I asked him where he got that from and whether he had gotten it from the concentration camps. But he said it was from, he had hit his eye on the table. But I know that if that was true, he would have bled, it would have looked different.
So he showed you, well, you tell us, who did he show you he was with?
Hakan adam gösterdi, adam şu Trump'la kendine bilet topladı. Onunken Hakan'ın ayağıyla ikram geldi. Onunken Hakan'ın ikinci kızı Amine abdülü geldi. Şu kişiyle görüştüm. Onunken benim gibi bir dostum vardı. Şimdi şu taraftan baktığımda yakın tanıdığım dostum. O dostum Türkçe yerdeydi Hakan.
I saw, so in the video call, I saw my father. He wasn't able to stand on his own, so somebody had to hold him. I saw my brother's wife and his second daughter, Amina. And one of my friends from Stuttgart was also in a video.
Did you recognize the location where your brother was calling from?
Üyenin işçi, da bu ileri etrafı göstermiş bizim biz çakarak ya, arsam şu üye, niler mi var? Şunu kurar, şu üye getirdim.
I could tell it was a home. There was carpets, but I know that our original house was demolished. But they didn't show the outside of that house, that room, or the yards.
That was non-responsive.
Sorry?
That was non-responsive. His
I'm
answer.
not sure what that means.
His answer was non-responsive to your question. Do you know where they were calling from?
I asked, did he recognize the
Do
location?
you recognize where they're calling from? Answer, yes, I do. These are the conditions. No, I don't. These are the conditions.
Your Honour, Mr. Guy-Smith is addressing me directly.
Yes.
Rather than addressing.
I do apologize.
Addressing the court.
I think
I'll address the court. I'm frankly, I just do not understand the point that Mr. Guy-Smith is making to me. What he wants me to do or not. I've never heard of non-responsive being some sort of, I take it's an objection.
It is an objection.
What does it mean?
You've now asked the question. You've asked the question a couple of times.
I don't
The
think.
gentleman's asked the question.
Mr. Guy-Smith doesn't like the answer.
No,
No, it's not that I don't like the answer.
Yeah, proceed, counsel.
Okay, please proceed.
You didn't recognise the location. Yeah, that was perfectly clear. Let me ask you about this though. You've also received a video of your father very recently. Is that right?
Şam günleri gene sohbet için oldu da yanımda şu Telegram'da app'te telefon kıldı. Ben bazı mesela telefon olmadı. Ana geldi adamın videosu var. Adam şurada şey şöyle tekrar da yer akamda. Hakem ya kaldırıp yaptı. Sen de dedim aşağı ya katışırken sen şu bağma.
Right before this hearing on Saturday, he called, but I didn't pick up. So he sent a video on Telegram. And in the video, it was my father, my older brother, and someone else who's recording.
Aşağıda, videoda adam hiç kolay yakalanmadı, yatıdı. Akamda adamın evvalımı şu sen buraya yaparken sen şöyle bağırma ve parayla katlaşma. Cumhurbaşkanı karışmayacağız, parayla katlaşma ve başlarken yapıldı.
He left a message saying, "This is the situation of our father. I heard you were going to an event. I asked that you do not go to this event and do not engage in anything against the Chinese government." I have the video if you wanna, if we can display it.
The judges have heard that. I'll come back to that in a moment. But you said about it shows your father in his situation. Describe what it shows about your father. Is he standing up? Is he sitting down? What position is he in?
Ya, adam oturamıyordu, adam yatıdı. Akam dedi, ama oğlunuz gap kılıyor, adam hiç kolay gap kılamıyordu. Közleri şunun da hırar, çoğu usulü.
In the video, he was not able to sit. He was lying down, and my brother was telling him, "Look at your son."
Adam yatıdı, gözleri karayağında bir misli yok. Gap kılamadı, oğlunuz dedi. Adam o akamın gibi cevap kayıtladı. Şu kısa video.
In the video, my brother asked my dad to speak to your son. He said, and that was the video. It was a short video.
Can I suggest that you do look at it briefly? We have it in a different format, but I'm not sure I can put it on the screen. But it's available on Mr. Genny's phone. Mr. Genny, would you like to have it available so that you can show the judges? Um, so for 7 years, you had no contact with your brother, your father, and your mother until very recently before this hearing, is that right?
Yes.
And then via telegram, you were contacted, shown a video of your father he's in bed and he doesn't look well, and you were asked not to testify in these proceedings, is that right?
Yes.
Let me go through the names, because we've got your witness statement, so the judges know about the information you eventually received about members of the family receiving terms of imprisonment. I want to go through what the current position is. You told us about your father. You've seen him, he's somewhere. Your mother as well. Totihan Bekri. Do you know where she is?
Yani oğlan bunun tüyep ketken, 2014 tüyep ketken. Adam payda adam tüyep ketken, başka ayırdan korkup diken, onun değerini bilmeyeyim.
So my mother, she passed away a long time ago in 2014. My father did remarry, but I've never seen her. I've never seen her.
You told us that you have had contact very recently with a Blekin, and you've seen an image of his wife, Zinathan, yes?
Yes.
They've got 3 children. Patime Ablikim, do you know where she is?
Fatime'nin ki ben sorduğumda akandı. Televizyonun şeyin telefon kalmışsa videoda konuşkan vaxtda o akandı da bizimiz var gelirken köstün videoda qabıl qene sen köstə bilə.
So during a video call this year, April 21st, I asked them where the rest of the family members were, and they said they were there, but I asked them to show everyone else, but he was not able to.
So you haven't seen Midget Gem, your second brother?
Müstakil kurabağın 16 yıl 6 kesik çıktı.
Do you know where he is?
No, I've not seen him. I think he was sentenced for 16 years.
His wife, Haziet Koban?
Onu kurabağın. Onu kurabağın.
I haven't seen her.
They've got 2 children, Sophia, a daughter and a son who's a baby. Do you know where they are?
Ya onu kurabağın. O videoda gösterdim. Sordum ben qalan toqallar bilan şey qildi, ayat bolsa köstə bilə.
I've told them, I've asked my brother to show me the rest of the relatives, but he was not able to show them.
Yeah. So you ended your statement at our page 576 with this: the Chinese government has so far failed to provide any video of any of my family members that shows that they're not detained in concentration camps and that they're living normally. But via telegram, your brother, Blackham, your father who's unwell, and Blackham's wife. But still nothing in relation to the others. Is that right?
Siz bırakın benim ortamımızdan şu aile firmasının videosunu görüşmeye koyup şirket gelmeleri, kendine şirket gelmeleri, şirket video göstermeleri kayıt bulunmak. And this is the Xinjiang. Akılımızda bakansa ayağını ve kızı adamımızdaki videosunu kırmamız. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Green. If you wait there, there'll be some more questions for you.
No questions.
No questions? Okay.
No question. What about you? No question?
I do.
You
I have.
go for it.
Thank you for being here. Do you have any other family in the Netherlands?
I have my wife and 4 children in Netherlands.
Have they been in touch with any family back home?
Can you repeat that?
Has his wife or anyone else who's here been in touch with anyone else back home?
No.
So he's the only one who received this message in April this year?
Yes, it was me.
Does he feel he is being monitored while being here?
No, I do not feel like I'm being
أما
monitored.
السلطة بقى في الخطاب برو كتمان تحت الأوبر ناس سام الخطاب وعير كتام توفتات ما لا تشتم ساقشات بيلم تحت في شغل ساقش ما
But outside, yes, I've been receiving many death threats and threats from the Chinese government to stop my activism.
What kind of threats?
Sosyal medyada şirketin sebeplerimizde çıkan yazdığım nesne. Anek edildi. 2020 yılında 8 yıl 14. günde aşıkta açmasam namaş kılmasam aşağı çıkıptayken ben kısıttan sokunup namaşın doktormasam sebeplerimizde başladım kıldı. Aşıkta nakman saksı geldi. Müşahmanın hemine saksı mağlup oldu. Ben koldan diye çıkışlar mesela yolu kanı. 2020 8
They have on social media twice threatening my life. And in 2020, August 14, when I was demonstrating in front of the Chinese embassy, 2 Chinese men came up to me and
Şahta sokuldu bana namaş kılmaysan, sana namaş kılsam. Güzel yaga oldu götürümüzde uçuyor.
they were warning me. They told me they will kill me if I didn't stop protesting.
Amsterdam Dam Meydanı'nda 2019 yılında 2. aydan beri burada işte çıkıp gitti zaten. 2019 yılında 2. ayda Amsterdam Dam Meydanı'nda oldu.
This also occurred in 2019 February in Amsterdam Square.
Sakçılar, məlum qılan sakçının çıxan raportları var ki.
I reported this to the police. They have the record.
Sakçının hemen qoğdaş taraf qaldı. Çünki yanına ətraflarımı Xitaylar çadılıb yüzügən aşnaslarım üstünüm var.
I've requested the police to protect me, and because there were also Chinese monitoring around my house as well.
When was that?
Başı, namaş qandayım ki, çıxıb getdi, 2019 oldu, 2020 oldu.
This happened many times in 2019, 2020, 2023. If you want proof, I have reports from the police.
And the most recent threat being when?
Yakın tehdit 2023 yılında ise тазалык iniq ayıp isimde yok. Ben şu Utrecht'teki sakçıqanға ma'lum qilgandim. Tordim yılında Utrecht'teki sakçıqan. Utrecht sakçıqanlar. Utrecht'te bir yer var. Aşağı Utrecht şehirlik sakçıqanға. Aşağı çağırdı şehirlik bir doktor kıldım.
The recent one was in 2023. I can't recollect which month it was, but I did report it to the police in the city of
Utrecht.
In Netherlands. Municipal police.
And all these threats, is it because he's protesting or is there a particular reason for the threats?
Namaşqalatqan sebebini namaşın yıllarından ben şu 2018 6. ayının 23'ünden başlap her haftanın yekşembe günü Amsterdam'da Xitoy çıkarsın oldida Boloniya parlamentida hatta Paris, Ceneve Birleşmiş Teşkilatı oldu kadar namaş geldim ben izci lazım kadar.
It was because of my protests, because I have non-stop protesting since 2018, June 23rd, in front of the Dutch Parliament, the Chinese embassy in Paris, in Geneva.
And those who were threatening him, have they identified themselves?
Yüzde kimlikleri ben şu tam meydanında bağlanan resmi bağ temelde resimler var, bazıları var, tıllaydı, kamera hep boş geçip gidiyor. Yok ne yok gidiyor. Lakin çıkarttım, ne kullanılmış. Başkalarının video böyle oldu. Az videonun sakçıga beğendim.
When this occurred in Dam Square in Amsterdam, I had recorded their video. I have a picture of two of those individuals. But there are other videos where they were recorded, but as soon as we begin recording, they would run away.
So they never identified themselves.
Ya Facebook'ta, sosyal medyada xat yazıları onun kimligini bilmeyim. Lekin Amsterdam'da ben çıkıştırdım müdahaleler. Hatta hem de ulanık bazı olanlarda kaldım da şurada telefon çıkarsam kim durmadan bo'lgan ekan. Bakın çıkartıp sokarak geldi. Çünkü kittirip bunda ne görüyor? Degende. Anekeyde bu sakçı ma'lum qilgan ekan, sakçı kim Gollandiyada ichki ishlar ministrligida anda sakçı degan ekan, sakçısini bexatarimiz qo'g'daymiz deb sakçı bexatarni qo'yish talab qildi. Men har qatim namoyishga chiqsam, oyog'im sakçılab turdi. Atrofim cho'miladi, ham dam maydonidagi kamera ashuna to'g'rilib turibdi.
The ones on social media, I am not able to identify them, but the ones that came up to me in Amsterdam Dam Square, I've reported them to the police, and
Amsterdam sakçıdan meni qo'llarga tunishtirib bir aktivistlar ularni sakçı billab bordi, mani oyat tahdidda qo'g'danglar degan ekan, sakçı qo'llarga olib
and they've decided to protect me during my protests. And I also have these surveillance camera in that square directed upon me.
Thank you.
Good. Any questions arising?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Amos.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate your courage in testifying today.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We've come to the end of the day. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Rise.
I am going to ask Anu to go to Uber. You'll probably go to Uber.